We should.
We're live.
Hey.
Hey, everybody. Look who we have with us today. It is Mama Yellow Jacket herself.
Hello.
In the flesh.
In the flesh.
So we've got Criminal Network, finally. I don't know if you were here the other night, Yellow, but for some reason Criminal Network was like shadow banned or like blocked. I don't know how that happened, but
I didn't do it.
I know. I didn't do it either, but I don't know who did it. We have a rogue mod. Woman doing amazing things.
Woman doing it.
She's doing it.
I like it when it just said woman doing it.
Just woman doing. She's just doing. JoJo's here. Hi, JoJo.
Your chats have been so fun. The past couple of lives you've done.
I feel like they have been. Everyone is just great. There's just like, I just love all of our peeps.
I was sitting in my car while my daughter was in her cheer class. The other day when you were doing the read through of the jury voir dire.
Well, in Texas, Travis says they say voir dire.
Oh,
but I think it's voir dire.
I was gonna say voir dire.
Voir dire.
Yeah, but I was in my car screaming. That was the most fun chat ever.
So stupid.
It was so stupid.
This fucking snowman. God, I know. I rewatched it like twice just because it's so funny.
And last night I was at my son's football game, and I keep trying to like peek, when there's like a little break or something. I'm pulling up in chat, and I couldn't follow what was going on. I pulled it up one time, and it was said something about titty nudes and titty nudes, and I was like, I'm gonna have to go back and watch this. This sounds fun.
Yeah, it was good. The chat's good always. Sometimes when we're like doing like something, I'll like look at the chat and realize that they're having like way more fun than what we're talking.
Than you are, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like get FOMO, but that's okay. So we got JoJo, the Royal Wheat. Hi, the beautiful Heather Brown. We've got Scully. Hi, Scully. We've got Bean, of course. We've got Dean Johnson, has been a regular fixture and hilarious as always. Curious Luke and his new do. Did you see his haircut?
No.
Oh my God.
Was he getting sexually harassed?
He will now. Yeah.
Was he on camera yesterday?
We shared his Fiend alerted us that he shaved his head, so we shared the picture.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So he got his fair share of sexual harassment.
I feel like there's like just in true crime in general, but especially in these chats, there's so many women.
Oh yeah.
That my favorite thing in the world is, when one of our men come in or talk or join, like we all just pounce and sexually harass them. It's my favorite.
I know. It's great. We're going to get clapped for that. That's okay.
Clap away.
It's consensual.
Hey, I'm just public service announcement. I'm out of fucks to give. They're gone. Like I don't have any more.
Everybody,
whatever you heard about me, just believe all that shit.
And then and multiply it by 10. It's worse. Whatever you heard,
make it worse.
Yes, sure. Times 10. Okay, perfect. I feel like that's a good way to proceed. There's DB. He says, as everyone knows, here on my channel. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Hold on. As everyone knows, here on my channel, we don't like to bash other YouTubers. To exact, we've never been mean to anyone ever on the internet or in person, and we need the same from our fellow cranks. That feels fair.
Yeah, talk your shit in your private spaces amongst friends until one of those friends gets mad at you and shares it with other people, and then those hilarious unhinged private conversations get public, and then you can also not care about that.
No meanies or butt heads allowed. Kira's here. Mandy's here.
Hi.
We have a lot of really good mods and friends.
We do.
He was blocked on everybody's page. It's so weird. Why? What did you do? I feel like you didn't do anything.
What did you do?
Justice for Criminal Network. Oh, we've got Christine Beck. We've got the good Baudette, as Fiend calls her. We've got Heavy Metal Rehab.
Poor Gina. I remember back in the day, she was in a chat somewhere and like people were jumping on her.
That last name. Hey, Jer.
She's like, why does everybody keep asking me this? Like, she didn't even know who Figgles was.
Look at this, Yellow. The people, we have to give them what they want. Yellow Jacket, hard eyes, and then, oh, hey, Ange. We want Yellow Jacket. We want Yellow Jacket. Oops, I'm sorry, DB. Go ahead. I keep last night. He kept putting up chats, and I kept like bum rushing and taking them down and putting my own up. DB, share that one again. I can't find it. There it is. We went from 2 dudes taking 900 calls to few bodies to 200 square daily. We love to give the people what they want.
Yep.
Okay, I'm almost done. Jamie, rednecks here. We're always doing the most. He's at the gym, but listening. He's always up to something. Last night he was like, "I'm off to see a girl, but I got you on the background." He's like, "I gotta go finish work. I'm going to the courthouse. Sign my shit. I'm at the gym."
This is the guy we sexploited.
We did a sex tortoise.
We did a sex tortoise.
Yeah, we got sex tortoise. We got lumped in a thing together.
Poor Jeff. He's like, "What's going on? Why are people saying these things?" I'm like, just go with it. Buckle up, buddy. Go with it.
Yeah. Kira says, #1 best chat, Silly Goose Universe. For sure. Pebbles and marbles. Luke says, "Oh shit, it's happening again."
What's happening again?
He's just being defiled by us.
Oh, good.
That's Mar. Fine. Hello, Mar. Love Mar. Judy. Oh.
Oh, I like it. I do like that.
Somebody said in the chat, I don't know if it was Fiend or someone else in the chat, is that a ventilator? No.
DB is utterly vile.
Hi, DB. Okay. Judy Northern Johnson is delightful. She sent us that really nice comment yesterday that
did. Judy, I was, I was at a football game, like I said, but I saw that briefly and I screenshotted it and sent it to Angela with the little crying eyes. It was sweet. It's a very sweet comment.
There's a lot of really good people. Christine DC, we love you. Rebecca Ann, we love you. It's Saturday night. Why aren't you out in the town? There ain't nothing for me out there, man. No. I've been there, done that. We've seen it all. Okay, I think we're good. I think we've caught up. So what are we talking about tonight, Yellow?
What are we thingy? So I had an idea. As negative as everybody has been about just what's going on in this case, there's been a lot of pessimism about, the fix is in, he's getting convicted, it's going to happen. It's a very good possibility, I will admit. However, the logical side of me understands that I personally, this is my opinion, I personally believe that Richard Allen is a factually innocent man. I do not believe he had anything to do with the Delphi murders. For that reason, if you have an innocent man, I feel very strongly that there should be a whole lot more to show that he's an innocent man besides Brad Holder's Facebook post, or even besides pointing the finger at somebody else, regardless of how strong the evidence is that other person did it. There should be enough standing alone by itself to support his innocence, that while all the Odinism stuff, it was a strong defense. And I've always said that. I don't know if it's what happened in the case. I don't know if it solves the case. I don't know anything. All I knew is that it was a very solid defense. I said, when you put all these things together and show that to a jury, it's just the epitome of reasonable doubt. But I also wonder, was that whole thing just the cherry on top to the rest of the case that the defense has to support their client's innocence? Even though, as we know, he is presumed innocent, it is the state's job to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. We learned that from the voir dire, from the
more
person.
More than 80%. 80%.
Mr. What's his name was like, your client needs to prove he's innocent. And they're like, ooh, let's try this again. Back up. So despite the absolute fuckery the entire past almost 2 years has been, like I have to hold out on a shred of hope, a shred of optimism that a fair and uncontaminated and properly selected, unbiased jury of 12 people like you and I can listen to the state's case and listen to what the defense still has left to present and find a fucking mountain of reasonable doubt. I have found it. I can show it. I can demonstrate it. And these defense attorneys, Rosie is, I think, sharper than anybody gives him credit for. I think you're on mute. I don't know if you mean to be on mute.
I'm on mute because I have a problem with active listening. So I make noises while I listen. So I'm here. I'm nodding. I'm listening. I'm here with you.
In the treasure trove of transcripts we've seen over the past couple of months and piecing it all together, I feel really good that he is way ahead of, he's a few steps ahead. He asks the right questions. He pieces it together. And I'm starting to see a pattern with the questions he's asking to people. And at first I felt a little frustrated, like the question he just asked and the answer he got, that just pieced it all together. Why didn't he point that out? And then with OJ, there were a couple of moments during the hearings I went to at the end of July where Nick would object to something and she didn't give a shit. She was like, you know what? That's fine. We don't need to go into it anymore. We'll just save it for trial. So as much talk as we have heard about, you don't know what the prosecution has, just wait till trial. They have all this stuff. They have all this evidence they're going to present. What do you think the defense has been doing? You think they've put it all in the filings? You think they've shown all their cards? Hell no. So for those reasons, I'm a little bit more optimistic. And I wanted to do the way I've been thinking about it lately is did you just hear that gurgle? My throat
No,
just
do it
hitting,
again.
like,
Do
on
it
its own.
again.
It was an involuntary noise.
Do it again. You got this fancy new mic, though. It's going to pick it all up.
I've had this mic. I just had a busted old computer that it wouldn't connect to. Now I've got a new computer. Best Buy was having a sale.
Best Buy?
Best Buy.
Why'd you say it like that? Best Buy.
Best Buy was having a sale. So I started thinking about, for so long before there was an arrest, all most of us wanted to know was what happened out there. What happened on February 13th? Everything has been held back. Even the little nuggets we've gotten. Oh, if you saw a car parked at the CPS lot between these hours and these hours, let us know. And it's like, why do they think the killer parked there? That they must have some sort of, everything I believed, I thought, well, they must have some sort of evidence. It was all over by 3:30. They must have something that tells them that, right?
Yeah, a reasonable person would assume, clearly they know that for some reason.
Of course. You have to believe that somewhere this badass forensic pathologist or somebody at the scene, there was something scientific that told a story about how this crime happened from start to finish. And sadly, there's really, really not anything. Every single aspect of the state's theory of how this crime happened, from the timeline to the motive to where the killer parked and what time he got there, every single teeny tiny element is not supported with a shred of forensic or scientific evidence. Nothing. And so it should be so easy to bust that apart. If you want to pull up that thing I made this in a real rush. It's just kind of an outline for me to go through. I'm going to make it a whole lot prettier and nicer and share worthy afterwards. Because right now it's a stream of consciousness.
I got to make it way bigger, though. Give me a second. Can you at least see the page?
Yeah. So this is just kind of what we're going to go through.
Right.
This is something I've been hollering about. So Richard Allen being the wrong guy is like 10% of what's wrong with the state's case.
Okay.
It's like you could swap him out with 100 people and all of the same stories, and they're all the wrong person. So for those reasons, third party, schmurd party. And I want to go through what the state of Indiana is now claiming happened on February 13th, 2017.
I just closed out. Give me a second. I'm pulling it back up. I don't know why.
It's some real bullshit, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I was telling Angela earlier that, do you know how over the years people on Reddit, sometimes Facebook too, they'll I call it murder porn, and usually it was received not really well. Like people would come in and be like, here's what I think happened that day, and they would write this really detailed, elaborate story. Oh, the killer smelled of Old Spice, and he did, and it was like this very like elaborate novella about what happened during the crime.
Are you talking about Old Heart?
No, who's that? Actually, a lot of people did it. A lot of people did this, and some were better than others. Some were interesting. Almost all of them were received really poorly because at some point it started reading like fan fiction and almost like romanticizing what happened for the sake of storytelling. I don't know. It was weird. But when you lay out the state's case in that way, like if anybody on Reddit or Facebook would have typed this up 5 years ago as here's what I think happened that day, they would have been
torched.
They would have been torched. They would have been laughed into oblivion. There would have been no upvotes. Everybody would have been like, oh, yeah, well, here's all the problems with that. And that's what the state of Indiana is doing. And just a forewarning, anytime I might use the word they said or they did or they suspected, like referring to law enforcement, I want to be really clear that we're talking about the 2 to 3 people that actually held the power to write up a probable cause and make an arrest. Those people being Tony Liggett, Jerome Holman. That's probably it.
And you mean to write up a probable cause in this case, right? Because
for the Delphi murders, yeah, the people who held the power to make an arrest in this case.
Because a lot of people will say, well, they didn't get a search warrant. Why didn't Click and those guys get a search warrant? Because it wasn't their case.
Power to. Yeah, the hundreds and hundreds of local, state, and federal agencies and individual agents and individual deputies and officers, all they were was boots on the ground. They were given a task. Look into this. Give me all the information you have on it. Bring it back to me. They did, and it was thrown in the toilet. Like, because if it wasn't prosecutable, if it didn't fit into this finite theory, like they developed a theory of the crime within the first couple of days that they felt was prosecutable, not that it mattered if it was accurate or not.
Yeah, and this is a good point. Sleepy says they did get the warrant unified command, which would be the 3 people that we're talking about, and criminal networks did the same thing. Click brought everything to unified command, and then they did nothing, which is like the theme.
And that's one that we know of. How many do you think we don't know about? Do you think that was the only search warrant they didn't execute? We really only know about 4 search warrants they did execute. We know about the Maxwells, Bicycle Bridge Road. We know about the Kleins. We know about, Richard Allen, of course. We know about Ron Logan, the Webbers. I'd say there's 5 I feel pretty confident that we even know exist. Are you telling me that none of these hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of boots on the ground, federal agencies, state agency people didn't do enough work or write up probable cause for search warrants that were never executed? I mean, I bet there's a lot.
I'm
So
sure.
yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I feel like they very quickly developed a theory of the crime that was prosecutable in their heads at that time, and spent 6 years searching for a person that they could make fit into this little puzzle.
I've been saying it's like been this, and it's like the longer the case went unsolved, the more aggressive and frantic they're trying to like shove this square peg into this round hole to make it something fit, which I'm sure we're going to see.
Look how quickly they were obsessed with alibis for 2:13 p.m.
Mhm.
If somebody had an alibi for 2:13 p.m., even verbally, they just like, I don't give a shit. Like, they didn't care, because we have to make Bridge Guy fit into it. We don't know if he's the killer. Multiple policemen said, multiple people directly involved with this case over the years publicly said, we don't know yet if the person in the video is the same person speaking.
Yeah.
We don't know definitively if that's the point they were kidnapped, or if they were kidnapped, or if there was two. They don't even know if Guys and Down the Hill was the same person talking. This is archived. This is documented. Multiple people from Carroll County directly involved with the case, you know, with leeway to give public interviews, stated these things. Yet they decided, if somebody says I was at work at 2:13, or I was buying tropical fish in Lafayette at 2:13, or I was doing anything else, probably the hundreds and hundreds of other people that had an alibi, they didn't give a shit, because they decided immediately the murders took place from about 2:30 to 3:30. The girls were dead where they were found from 3:30 on. They never moved. They never left. They were laying right there. And if we can't make somebody fit into that, no leads required. All right, if you want to go to the next page.
I sure do.
And please
make it a little bigger.
No, that's fine. Okay. Please, anybody stop me along the way, because we can break apart tons of stuff throughout every single bullet point. But what the state is now telling us happened on that day was the killer. He drove down 300 North. He passed the Harvest store and he parked at the CPS lot. Mm-hmm. Do we have proof for any of that? I mean, how do we know he didn't pass the Harvest store? How do we know he didn't come from how do we know he didn't come from further down, park at the cemetery, commit the crime, drive out through the cemetery, and never pass the Harvest store? We don't know that. They just can't prosecute that.
It's a good point. And if anyone in the chat, when we're asking these questions, like they're not they don't have to be like hypothetical or rhetorical, like legitimately asking. Like, I can't think of any concrete evidence other than law enforcement has told us that he came down, 300 North and passed the Harvest store and parked at CPS. Like, I mean, yeah, they said so.
So he parked no later than 1:33 p.m. And I'll get into a little more detail with these timestamps. This is all based on the distance from the Harvest store to the CPS lot, the distance from the CPS lot to the High Bridge, how long it takes to walk, the distance from the trailhead to the High Bridge. People have walked it. Hoosier Cold Cases has walked it. I've watched his videos. I've time-stamped how long it's taken him. I've calculated the exact distance, the yards, the meters, however you want to call it. So if you see some of these timestamps and you're thinking, well, I haven't seen that in public documents, it's because it's math. And I'll show my work on the side. Yeah. Just stay with me. So the killer parked at the CPS lot no later than 1:33 p.m. The killer hiked down the main trail to the High Bridge. The killer was on a mission to sexually assault somebody. That's what the state is going to say. The killer was on a mission to sexually assault somebody, and he was prepared with a gun and knife. He was instantly seen by 3 of 4 teenagers who spoke to and looked at him. He arrived at the High Bridge no later than 1:53 p.m. because he had to be there by then for Betsy Blair to see him. The killer stood on the first platform in plain view. He was seen again by a woman who parked at the trailhead at 1:48 p.m. and walked up to the High Bridge by 1:53 p.m. The victims were dropped off at the trailhead at 1:49 p.m., missing Betsy by a minute, and approached High Bridge no earlier than 1:53 p.m. because it takes 5 minutes approximately to walk from the trailhead to the High Bridge, assuming they walked in a straight line to the High Bridge. It's about 400 meters from the trailhead to the bridge. So the victims were dropped off at 1:49. They approached the High Bridge no earlier than 1:53 and no later than 2:09 or 2:05. I say no later than 2:05 because we know they were taking Snapchats on the bridge by 2:07. The victims are at the end of the High Bridge by 2:13 p.m. At this point, the killer has decided to sexually assault these 2 teenagers that he sees. It's random. It's not targeted. He just sees them within 10, 15 minutes of getting to that area and is like, they'll do. He decides he's going to do this in the woods in broad daylight without any knowledge of who else might be around, who could see anything, who could hear anything.
Mm-hmm. For people that are just joining, so where did Aaron go? By the way, hi, Aaron. Aaron said, are you still going by the official narrative? It seems like everything the prosecution side has brought forward is false, fake,
Yes.
fake. So repeat again for people that are just coming in what
This is the state's theory of what happened on February 13th. It's what they are prosecuting. It's presumably what they have been investigating and trying to find a person to fit into this entire time. And it's now what they are claiming as they prosecute Richard Allen.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And again, there really isn't forensic or scientific evidence to support any single bullet point I'm going over here. On this page, I feel like there is forensic evidence to support the video being taken at 2:13 p.m.
Yeah, that's fair.
On the bridge. I think that's something that we aren't going to argue. That is proven. Everything else is mostly theory. The killer has to start walking across the High Bridge no later than 2:09 p.m. The bridge is about 400 meters long. I know Rick Snay hauled ass across the bridge and did it in about 4 minutes. So he starts walking across the High Bridge no later than 2:09 p.m. The killer was recorded by the victim's phone at 2:13 p.m. when he was about 60 feet away from the victims and the end of the bridge. 43 seconds later, he has traveled the 60 feet to close in on the victims and is heard saying guys down the hill while cocking a gun, according to the state. For reference, it takes me 22 seconds at a normal walking pace to travel 60 feet. Do what you will with that. I've always had an issue with this because it kind of feels like it maybe took 25, maybe 30, maybe 32 seconds to go those 60 feet. You know, maybe the rail ties at the end are a little sketchy and you're walking a little slower. I don't know. So it feels weird that you're planning on doing this. You have this plan in your head. You know what you're going to do to these two girls standing at the end of the bridge, just kind of looking at you. You walk up and you just stare at them for about a solid 10 seconds. There's no audio recorded. There's no words spoken. There's no confrontation. You're just kind of like chilling there face to face for about 10 seconds. And then you say, guys, down the hill. And the video cuts off. This is stupid, right? This is
It's hella stupid.
And I don't even know that he said guys down the hill. Doug Carter told me he said guys down the hill.
Yeah, can we extrapolate on that? It's interesting because we've always been told from the very first time they ever played the video, before they even played the video, they said you will hear a voice and he is saying down the hill. But what if I hear something else? Well, now we'll never know because you just told me what to hear.
Yeah.
That's very odd.
I can't unhear it. But I keep saying one of these days, I have it saved on my phone. I'm just going to start going up to complete strangers in the gas station, in the Walmart. I'm just going to go up to complete strangers and say, and I'm going to play it and be like, what is this person saying? I'm dying to know. I'm dying to know if they're going to say, I have no idea, or if they're actually going to hear something. Are they going to say, I hear down the hill? I'm dying to know because it wasn't until very recently that I considered, what would I hear if he didn't tell me what I was going to hear?
Yeah, I know. And I think about, like, I'm trying to think about people that I've like played that for, and I don't think I would hear down the hill immediately.
I don't think I would either. And there's a lot of people out there who say, I don't hear that. I hear this, but my brain's contaminated. I can't unhear it now.
And what might it have sounded like before they,
told me what it was.
Yeah, or even cleaned it up. I mean, yeah, who knows?
Right. But I just feel like there's some seconds there that are unaccounted for. He's seen on the video. He closes in 60 feet, which shouldn't take very long. It shouldn't take more than 20, 25, let's say 30 seconds at the absolute most. And then what? 13 seconds where you're just looking at each other? Down the hill. Okay. And you turn the video off and that's it. It feels like there's something missing.
More.
And also the audio, the quality of the audio is bullshit. One day I got out of my car and I took my cell phone and I put it on. My God, my cat is trying to break down my door. I set it. I started a video on my phone, and then I wrapped my phone in a hoodie and I shoved it in my purse and I smashed it against my body in the purse, in the hoodie. And I walked around my yard on crunchy leaves. And I just talked in a normal voice like this, just speaking into the wind. And then I listened to it afterwards, clear as fucking day. I could hear every single word I said, clear as day. If I played it for you, you'd be like, oh, that's you. It sounds like your voice. I have no question about that.
Digital says if you play the audio backwards, it says Mullen erased the tapes. So even with all that like obstructing of your phone in your pocket and rustling around, you could still hear yourself talking in a regular voice quite clearly.
Yeah, crystal clear.
Interesting.
Wrapped in a hoodie, in my purse, smushed against my body. So like it was in her pocket. That's why the audio is so muffled. Oh, it was like, no. Like you would have had to have been like, had your phone and been like rubbing something up against the microphone to make the audio that shitty. I don't get it.
Or what if he was like, well, no, I guess, yeah. Even if he was thirsty, because he wasn't far away. Apparently you can see. Yeah, I don't know.
He should have been face to face with them. Like
You're
right
right
there on top of them.
Right.
and guys down the hill. That's the only thing that's said, and they just comply and start walking down this hill that isn't even right there. It's all weird. Anywho, so continuing on with what the state of Indiana is telling us happened that day. At 2:14 p.m., the victims and the killer walk down the hill towards the creek. They all three go in the water, cross the creek, climb up a large muddy embankment, and head through rough uphill terrain until they are about less than 50 feet from the creek. The trees are barren. There is no brush. We've been there in the winter. We know what it looks like. By 2:32 p.m., Libby's no longer holding her phone as no more movement is logged. So according to the state, her phone was off. It was on the ground. It was not being held by anybody that would have been moving around. It could have been in a car, according to the defense. But that's silly, right? At least one victim is then, this is going to be trigger alert. This is the more murder porn part. So please don't view this as distasteful. I'm just kind of recounting what the state is going to say happened that day. At least one victim is stripped down completely nude. Shortly thereafter, the plan to sexually assault goes awry, and the killer is forced to kill her. Delivers 3 cuts to both sides of her neck. She was mobile and walking around after the first and/or second, and is finally fatally wounded by the third, which caused a massive blowout, instantaneous hemorrhage. There are no other wounds on her, such as evidence of a struggle. There's no cuts from defensive wounds. There's no, sign she was punched, hit, tackled while she's running around after being cut. She does place her hands over the wounds, but does not have a single cut anywhere else, including defensively.
Yella, do you mind really quick if I just play Missy Angels and someone else asked if we could play the audio really quick?
Sure.
Okay.
Micah, roll the tape.
I knew you were going to say that. Micah, roll the tape. No, I don't know. There's like 3 different, I don't know which. I don't know if you could even hear that, but I'll put that link in the chat too. But yeah. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Yellow.
You can pull up one of the YouTubes. There's plenty of YouTube videos of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. When you find it, you can pull it up.
Okay. Keep going.
So, in my mind, I'll just take a little sidebar here. In my mind, I'm thinking if the intent was to kill her with the first cut, and then she's getting up, running around, mind you, completely naked in the woods with no brush, no trees to obscure. You can see that crime scene from the bridge, by the way. You can hear that crime scene area from the bridge. You'd think there'd be a tackle, a hit over the head, a pistol whip, a punch, cuts to the body, the back, the stomach, something to take this victim down. Just the neck. That's it. 3 individual cuts to the neck, and no other wounds, including defensively.
That's so bizarre.
Make it make sense.
I can't. And it's like I can hope that they got somebody with a brain in there early, because I would love to know. One day I'd like for us to know, but I don't know that we ever will. Sorry.
Meanwhile, the other victim is just waiting, just chilling, sitting there, because only one person was there committing this act. So now that this first victim is deceased or fatally wounded, and nude, has her clothes off, we know the other victim at some point had her pants removed at least, because she was found wearing Libby's jeans. At some point, she receives one single solitary puncture to her neck area.
Can you describe, or at least can you explain, at least graphically as possible? It's not really possible, but can you just kind of quickly go over the difference between like a puncture wound and what's the significance of that?
Yeah, it's like a stab versus a slice. So like if you've seen, in a movie or something, you're slitting someone's throat, there's a slice. It's going through multiple arteries, veins, pieces of tissue, possibly the trachea, depending on how, we learned in the Shelby case, depending on how deep and large the knife is. I mean, in Shelby's case, it didn't just slit her throat, it actually nicked her spine. It went so deep. Libby's trachea, was intact. It wasn't cut. She was not nearly decapitated. She had 2 cuts on one side and 1 on the other. I'm not sure which is which. But both of her carotid arteries and her jugular were compromised.
This is a good question from Pain in the Ass. Question, because you were there, Yellow, so you heard the testimony. Why would Nick use a blood spatter expert to look at pictures to tell the story instead of the blood spatter expert that was actually at the crime scene itself?
That is a fantastic question. Would have been really super helpful to have that Cicero guy there on February 13th or 14th. That might have been super helpful. I don't know. Maybe there was a guy like him there on February 14th. Maybe they just didn't like what he had to say and found Cicero to look at pictures instead. Who knows? Yeah, so then Abby just had a single, seems like a stab wound, not a cut, not a slice. A single stab wound to one side of her neck. I guess it was her left. And slowly bled out, exsanguinated.
Exsanguinated, meaning what?
Meaning she lost over, I need to look up the exact amount. I want to say it's 80% of her blood.
80, that's a lot.
Around 2 liters. It's a lot. It's a lot of liquid. It does not happen fast. A lot of people can be saved with a wound of that nature. I'd say on the very short end of things, at least 10 minutes, but more likely that it was hours.
And I think, wasn't it that Abby died slower and Libby died quickly, but
other way around.
The type of wounds that they had, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Libby had a multiple, but one especially massive hemorrhage. On that third and final wound, presumably, it would have been tons of blood, like just hemorrhagic shock instantly.
Yeah, and this is a good point, Fiend. Something that gets ignored a lot is the lack of defensive wounds. I mean, it's
unexplainable.
Confounding. Yeah, I mean, in almost every knife homicide or knife attack, even we hear about like defensive wounds. It's very bewildering. Yeah.
There should be, yeah. Yeah. And I'll reference the Shelby case again. She didn't have much because it was such a deep, precise cut instantly. But I mean, she at least saw the knife coming from the corner of her eye. She had one little nick on her wrist where she tried to block it.
So even in that instance, it's a totally different type of attack, we'll call it.
Totally different.
But even in the Shelby Thornburg case, which was a knife homicide to the neck, she had what could be described as like a reactionary or defensive wound, one on her arm, and she was facing away from the killer and could not have seen it coming. So if it just like thinking about the fact that we don't have any indication that either of the girls were facing, like, it's just baffling that there were no defensive wounds of any kind that we know of.
Baffling. Nor were there any, I mean, as far as we know, any evidence that they were bound or tied up or handcuffed or duct taped or drugged. No mention of being drugged, nothing. It just defies all logic. And then Abby, whether she died in 10 minutes or 3 hours, her hands were clean. No blood under her nails. They weren't washed and, made pristine. I mean, I don't know if you've ever gotten blood on your hands, but it doesn't, like, it takes a lot to get it out of your cuticles and from underneath and everything else.
Yeah. And the rope, there was a rope mentioned in the Franks memo. They talk about this rope, and we never hear anything about it outside of defense filing. So it's a couple people in the chat have brought this up as we're talking about lack of defensive wounds. Like,
and then, but I mean, then on the flip side, like, even if you want to work that into the rest of the state's theory, we're talking about somebody being strung up in a tree or tied up with bright yellow rope in the middle of the day in the barren woods right on the creek's edge with homeowners all around.
Yeah,
this is stupid. This is so stupid.
Yeah, and when we were there, we couldn't get to the crime scene itself, but even looking across that ravine, we were seeing a yellow rope in a tree. Like, it would have been very easy to see with no tree leaves on the tree. It's just nothing about it makes any sense.
It's baffling. It's baffling. And I always thought once I knew all of these things, I would just my magical brain would just understand everything. Like, it would all make sense and I would know exactly what happened. I feel like I know less. I feel more confused than I ever did when I just had to use my imagination about what the crime scene was like.
Same.
So while this is happening to Libby, Abby is just waiting, just sitting there, just chilling, just upset, obviously not screaming because nobody heard screams, right? And we know there was people on the bridge shortly thereafter. She has one wound to her neck, nowhere else, no punch, no slap, no scratches, no anything. One wound to the neck, a stab, not a slice. And she did not even put up her hands to it, not this, clean hands. She just laid there for 10 minutes or 2 hours and slowly bled out 2 liters of blood. Is that right? Does that make sense to anybody?
Mm-mm. I can't. I don't get it.
And then at some point, the killer decided to put Libby's jeans, not her black sweatpants, her jeans, onto Abby.
Right, because Abby was wearing Libby's jeans. We know that for a fact.
Yes. Nobody was wearing black sweatpants. The killer, before he leaves, you can go to the next page. The killer, now very remorseful for what's happened.
And again, this is the theory, this is the state's theory. This is not Yellow speaking in the first person.
This is what Jerry Holman has decided he's going to tell all of us what happened on February 13th, 2017. The killer, now very remorseful for what's happened because he just meant to rape 2 people and has now killed them, seeks to conceal the bodies. It's just been approximately 30 minutes since they all 3 arrived on the other side of the creek, 50 feet from the water and in plain view. Over the next 30 minutes, he drags these bodies near each other, redresses one victim in the wrong pants, gathers around 10 large sticks, at least one humongous branch. He seeks to conceal them. So he distributes these 10 sticks, twigs, branches between the two of them and arranges them in a really peculiar shape. We can't talk about Odinism or runes. Arranges them in a peculiar shape that serves no fucking purpose, and is finally satisfied with approximately 3% of their bodies being obscured by these sticks. So the 3% comes from Nick's forensic blood spatter expert.
Nick's own blood spatter expert said 3% of their bodies would have been covered with sticks and brush and whatever. So for people that say that that was done in an effort to conceal the bodies, okay, well, it concealed 3% of the bodies. That doesn't seem like a very effective concealment.
Yeah, he was asked, have you seen other crime scenes where sticks and brush were used to cover bodies? He's like, yeah, sure. And they're like, do you agree that in the winter, there was lots of other available dead sticks and leaves in the area that he could have used to cover them? And he's like, yeah. He's like, but he just chose to make an asterisk on one of them and a weird shape on the other one that served no functional fucking purpose whatsoever. Okay.
None.
He finds one of the victim's shoes and the phone, which he presumably saw up, recording, taking a picture of her friend as he was walking 60 feet away from them. 60 feet is not far, by the way. If you have a tape measure, just like lay it out somewhere in your house or your porch or your backyard and get a feel for how far 60 feet is. Because it's not far. It's like you can do it in your home somewhere, I promise you. He finds the phone, which he presumably saw recording him as he approached the victims, and he makes sure to take that and put it underneath a shoe, very safely, protected from the elements or anything else, and tucks it safely underneath one of the victims. What up? You're on mute.
I said that's just weird. Phone, shoe, victim's
Put it
body.
under the victim in an area where she's not bleeding. I can't get past the idea that the phone was part of the staging. I can't.
The phone was staged. I mean,
it was staged. Why wouldn't you chunk it in the creek? For years, we tried to rationalize this phone being found, and what most people came up with was he didn't know there was a phone. She had it hidden in her pocket. She had it tucked away. He didn't even know she had it. Or he threw it in the creek and it had to be retrieved. And these magic ICAC people were able to restore and find the contents on it. Like, find me one person who hypothesized it was safely preserved underneath one of the victims. Nobody fucking ever guessed that because it's ridiculous. It was part of the staging. And if it was part of, you're on mute. God,
I was just going to say,
Angela, get your fucking shit together.
Like always. I was just going to say, like, staging is a really simple definition. Like, it doesn't talk about, it really doesn't talk about motive a lot, except that it occurs when someone purposefully alters a crime scene prior to police arrival. It's done to direct the investigation away from the most logical suspect or to protect the victim or victims. But really, what it really is, it's altering the crime scene before police get there, which they 100% did.
And why in the fuck would you do that with a phone that had you on it? Like, you don't know that it's pixelated and like Disney and NASA aren't going to be able to improve it so your face can be seen super clear. If the phone was part of the staging, then the contents on the phone were part of the staging. And fuck Bridge Guy. He doesn't mean anything to me anymore. Either he was involved in the crime and the real killer wanted to blame him and put all the heat on him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or Bridge Guy doesn't fucking matter.
Right.
For life or this crime or anything else.
Right. And yeah, I agree.
Like that's where I'm at. And I know that's crazy. And I know like I got all my tin foil on being like, fuck bridge guy. But like when I found out that the phone was like tucked safely under a shoe, under a victim with
Remember when
nothing
we read
deleted,
that?
and that video just like the last thing on there.
Yeah, when we read that, and the Frankston was the first place we saw that ever, and we were both like, what?
Like,
Fucking what?
bridge guy is like the most obvious red herring of this entire case, right? Like what else could it be?
That's a great point.
Oh, I know.
What a great point.
Yeah, you're talking so close to your mic. I like it.
I should back up a little bit.
No, don't. Just get closer.
Oh, right here, you think?
Can you sigh?
Like Sty Ray?
Like no, just sigh.
Oh. Okay. I just wanted to say, this is really, you guys really know a lot about this case, I think. I didn't realize it before, but talking about it and listening to you guys, I think you guys are pretty knowledgeable about this. And also just wanted to say hi, Peggy.
Oh, hi. Thanks. You know, the hearings, I was sitting next to Dave Bengert on the first day.
He's a reporter with he's independent, but he works with Help. Is it Ferris Tribune or is it?
Yeah, I think he used to be Ferris Tribune. I might be screwing that.
I like
but
it.
Now he runs the basedinlafayette.com. So he kind of like does his own thing. But he kind of asked me a question I'd never been asked before. And he was kind of like, well, what do you do? Why are you here? And I was like, because I'm a fucking crank. I don't know. And so I was just like trying to like just describe myself and why I care, why I'm here. And I mean, the best I could come up with is I've kind of been like an archivist on this case from the beginning. I've been a researcher, a fact checker. I just compile things and try to make sense of it because the only thing we've ever had to go by is what, the Riddler tells us. And I mean, that was like, he was like, so you just, I'm like, Dave, I've just invested a lot of fucking time in this. I don't know why. I've invested a lot of time in this and I need answers because like I can't move on until I know what happened out there that day. He was like, all right.
I love that.
Get off me, Dave. Shit.
He messaged, I had asked him a
He's
question.
really nice.
Well, I asked him a question once on X and I did it from the R&M account and obviously people, we share one brain clearly. So, but he was like, hey, Courtney, and I didn't even correct him. I was just like, nah, it's fine.
Whatever. It's fine. Oh God, where am I at? Oh yeah, tucking the phone. I can get lost on the phone for a long time. I'm sorry. So then by my math, I'm saying by about 3:50 p.m. if he was seen at 3:57 walking down the street by somebody they trusted enough, saw the killer, that they based the entire first sketch we ever saw on her description of the person she saw. Like it was that important to them. Then that is like a really, really key point in the crime flow that the police have believed for many, many years, since they showed us that sketch, that this was done. He was walking back up that hill to get to the roadway by 3:50 p.m. And so the police have always believed about an hour after he decided he had to kill them rather than sexually assault them, because they did not get sexually assaulted after all, he decided to walk up to the roadway and then walk down the road for a mile to his car. He doesn't choose to stay away from the street in case a car comes by. He doesn't choose to like creep along the tree line. And we've been there, it's a long fucking walk. We had a guardian angel sent to us that picked us up, but we thought we were going to die because my feet were wet and frozen.
You were wearing boot socks in a blizzard.
It wasn't supposed to snow. I
No, it wasn't.
I never bring the proper footwear anywhere I go.
It just
I'm either going to
randomly
have
started.
wet feet, cold feet, bloody feet, something. That's just what's going to happen if you travel with me. Yeah, that's been their theory, that he just walked up to the road, didn't even try to stay in the tree line or like creep back to his car undetected, like knowing full well throughout this 1 mile walk that he had to get back to his car, anybody could see him. And he should have been covered in blood, right? Nobody does this. If a killer did this, if a real killer did this and just chose to walk on the side of the road for a mile after he just did what he finished doing, that's a psychotic break. That is an insane person who would have taken no effort whatsoever to conceal his identity or what he had just done.
He'd be covered in blood. Covered in blood. His car would be covered in blood. Yeah, it would be a person that was not in their right mind enough to like then conceal all of it. Just doesn't.
No, because if you're insane, you don't hide what you did. You don't conceal it. You don't take any steps to make sure your DNA isn't there. You don't wear gloves. You don't premeditate it. You don't. I mean, the couple of cases where I feel confident that somebody was actually insane when they committed a crime. I think of Andrea Yates. That was a case from Houston, where I'm from. She thought like her children were possessed. The devil told her to do it. She like methodically drowned her children.
She was in very severe, like acute postpartum psychosis. Like she was having auditory,
her fucking mind,
like command hallucinations
for a long time, and did that. And I mean, she did not conceal it. She didn't take any steps to act like I didn't do this. She wasn't like, oh, a man broke into my house. Like she didn't do what's the other lady? The Susan, the other case about the woman who killed her child and, What'd you say? Susan
Hendricks?
No.
Oh.
Is anybody in the chat like knowing what I'm thinking about?
Missy says Smith.
Yeah. Susan Smith? Yeah, that sounds right.
Why did she do like a whole like, oh?
Yeah, like she killed her child and then she was like, a dark man broke into my home and killed my kid. Yeah, it was like that whole thing.
Why has it always got to be a minority that does it? You know, when white people's kids get killed and they actually did it?
Because they think the police will believe them.
Well, I mean,
they will.
Nah, not bad.
Yeah.
That's right. I know that's right. So anywho, yeah. So this not psychotic, insane person that knew well enough to not leave any sign of him at the scene, not only was seen by witnesses before he committed the crime, but made a conscious choice to walk for a mile on the side of the road to be seen by anybody who might have driven by while he made his way back to his car. He's not covered in blood, by the way, according to this witness, despite what the probable cause said. This witness said he's just a little muddy. Within the next several hours and through approximately 4 a.m., hundreds of people are in this relatively small, confined area looking for them. Nobody sees them from across the creek, nor while walking in, around, through the woods where they allegedly were just laying. You know, scroll down, Ange, are you there? Ange, are you there? Angela, can you hear me? Okay. Okay, now we're going to get into a bit of making Rick personally fit this silly theory. Everything we just went through is, to the best of my knowledge, what the state of Indiana, what Tony Liggett and Jerry Holman have always decided was the most prosecutable theory of the crime. We need witnesses. We need CCTV because this is evidence that we can prove and we can show to a jury. So those things are prosecutable. If it's not somebody we can say the teenager saw or Betsy Blair saw and Sarah Carball saw as she was driving down the street and gave the description for the sketch, if we can't find a story to make him fit into those parameters, then we can't prosecute them. So we shouldn't even investigate them. So lo and behold, here comes Richard Allen back on their radar. And here's how they are making him fit into this theory that they have developed of how the crime went down, despite the fact that none of it, absolutely zero pieces of it, aside from the 213 video on Libby's phone, are provable with forensic evidence. So then Rick, oh, go ahead. Luffy! Oh, I haven't seen you in so long.
My light is like terrible, but I was like, we have to get home. I'm like supposed to be on like an hour ago.
Oh, thank you.
I feel so bad.
Yeah.
But I've been listening to you.
Is there anything we've gone through so far that like jumped out at you?
No, other than I also think that Bridge Guy, I don't know where everybody's getting that Bridge Guy is like the guy. I mean, he really means nothing to me also. Well, like I always said, he obviously didn't get close enough to where they got his face on the camera, right?
Right.
So how do they know that he, A, is the voice that they even heard on the recording, and B, if it ended before they like died, like I just don't understand how they're equating that person unless they need that bullet to match the person that was on the bridge because they can try to say that Richard Allen is him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, they
because otherwise, what connects Bridge Guy to the crime scene?
They can't prove it. And they've even said as much. I mean, they've said as much in the very early days. There are statements from people closely connected to the crime that we don't know if the person in the video is the same person speaking because they can't see. They actually said they didn't know if Guys and Down the Hill were the same person speaking.
They also said that they were not together, like they didn't come consecutively, like it wasn't like Guys Down the Hill. They were pulled
what
from
happened in between.
Well, according to Nick, now nothing, because when he wrote the affidavit to arrest Richard Allen, he put them together and said that he was saying Guys Down the Hill.
He's crazy.
I don't know how he would get away with having that though. Like if that's not true, like when you go to play it at the trial, which
they'll hear the full 43 seconds.
Right. So if it's not in order, like
what they should hear is the full 43 seconds raw, like before any techie people enhanced it, made it better. Like they should hear the raw version.
Do you think they should also like not be able to see the enhanced video?
I don't even know how much it was enhanced, honestly. I mean, it's just pixels or pixels.
I said to Angela the other day, I'm like, how do we know, like, why do his feet look backwards? And she was, stop it. Don't talk to me.
No, I can't look at it for very long. Like somebody told me that one time. And like, if you just cover Bridge Guy's head and you start thinking that you're looking at his back pockets and his heels,
oh wow,
it'll like mess you up.
Quit. I don't need that light. It's green. Stop it.
I need it.
But why? You're not allowed to be on camera. What do you need it for?
Need it?
Sure you do. How about I give it to you? How about I give it?
Give him the green light. Give him stuff.
I got muted, DB. He likes to
I don't
do
like
like
child banter. You know what I mean?
he makes movies. Like he'll put on like the one that flashes the different colors, and he'll bring out like his Godzilla stuff. And here, bub.
Does he still love dinosaurs?
Thank you. This is huge.
You're welcome. Please don't hit the walls. You need a box. Oh, please don't hit the. Okay. He does, but like, it's so weird. Like my mom was like, "What are we gonna get him for school? Like a backpack?" She's like, "I got him like dinosaurs," and he looked at it and was like, "That's like for babies."
Oh, did it break your heart?
Yes, and so I was like, "What do you want?" And he's Godzilla. So I spent $30 on a backpack. That's
close.
Godzilla.
That's close.
Well,
in
but then my
third grade, my daughter, who was like unicorn, everything was a fucking unicorn. Everything had a unicorn on it. She
Same.
came home one day and some fucking kid made fun of her for her unicorn shirt.
Yep.
And was like, "That's for babies." And it made her all insecure. And like I wanted to knock a kid out. Like I wanted to knock a kid out. She didn't say the word unicorn ever again.
They make me so angry. He
it made me
he's
so
like
unicorns were dead that day. We didn't have
That
a
is
unicorn
so
pencil.
sad.
We didn't have a unicorn lunchbox. We didn't have because that was for babies now.
I mean, I didn't know she
Poor
was going to take
thing.
the joke that seriously.
No, DB, shut up. DB's that kid.
He's that kid.
Well, anyway, I paid $30 for that backpack, and I think he brought it for like a week. I sewed an air tag into the backpack.
That's good. That's good. That's a good crime, mama.
I wasn't letting him on the bus like without that. So did all that, and then like a week later, my mom come to visit, and she bought 2 like Minecraft whatever. One like lights up, like you hit it and it lights up. The other one come with a pair of headphones, and he wanted that, and I was like, I just spent so much money. Like, it's not even that much money, but for a backpack, he's in first grade. He doesn't even carry any books. Like,
yeah, we need to talk one day about like what it's like to be a kid growing up with like a crime mom, with like a crime crank mom.
Yeah, I read like articles that people were offended, like you shouldn't be tracking your children or whatever. I'm like, he sticks. I'm tracking him everywhere he goes.
Yeah.
And
my daughter goes to camp or something and she comes back and I'm like, "Did anybody try to molest you?" She's like, "You're so weird, Mom."
You're not though. You're really not. Just because
did anybody make you uncomfortable? Did they touch you? Did they say anything weird? She's like,
I do too. And he's like, "Why would you ask me that?" Like, I was like, "Do you like your teacher?" Yeah. I'm like, well, does she like yell or like what happens if kids get in trouble? He's like, "Why are you asking me this?" Like, it's so ridiculous. But he's like me when he tells a story, and my mom was like, "Oh my God, you used to do the same exact thing." Like, he'll come home from school and he'll tell me things happened exactly how they happened. Like, if you say to him, "Be quiet," when he tells me the story, that's exactly how he'll say it to me when he's telling me the story.
Yeah,
so
that's good.
So yeah, it is. So, but
it's a good sign.
Now I've sewed another one into a Minecraft one. If you want to buy stocks in something, do it in air tags, because at this point, I don't have them on my keys. I don't have them on anything that I would need to find except for my kid.
That's good.
Oh,
I'd put a chip in mine if I could.
Oh, same. I absolutely would easily.
Yeah. Put like a microchip. My cats have them.
Sir, you better stay out of the frame of this camera.
All right, let me get back to my bullshit.
Yes, please.
Back on my bullshit here.
Do you need me to scroll?
No, I don't think I've gone through this yet. So, making Rick fit. He gets in his car a mile from the crime scene. He has to be there by 4:17 p.m. That's the math. If he was on 300 North at 3:57, you're going to do about a 25 minute mile. I'm going to say he's going to be in his car by 4:17 p.m. Now convinced he's Rick Allen, the killer did this while working a customer-facing job at the only place in town, the only place for 20 miles anybody could physically fill a prescription. He has countless face-to-face and speaking interactions with presumably every witness who saw him that day, all of the victim's family members, and presumably most of the local, state, federal agents that were searching for someone who looked and sounded like him for 6 years.
I have a question. I saw a photo. I was going through old Reddit posts, real old, like years
That's
old.
good. You can find good stuff in there.
Yeah, and someone had posted a picture of like the dairy. I guess it's the dairy. Whatever's right across the street from CVS where Kelsey.
It's all right there. I mean, once you go there, you realize that, oh, this is small town. You don't like it's Main Street. Everything's like on the main street.
Yeah.
Everything.
So then how did I could see it getting past some people, but how did all people not notice the body that Doug Carter said somebody would absolutely notice and the voice?
I don't know. Everybody wants to hate on his wife and his mom. Like, oh, they knew. I'm like, really? How about all of his coworkers? Did they know? How about Tobe Lesenby and every fucking cop and the victim's family members and everybody else who, I mean, would have looked every single person they ever saw or spoke to up and down 100 times. How did none of them look at this guy and be like, you know what? What's your name? Yeah, I mean, nothing. A customer-facing job at the only drugstore in town, the only place you could fill a prescription in town. It's right across. It's right across from the courthouse, the police station. It's right across from everything because literally every single thing in that entire town is in a 60-second driving radius on one street.
I read that too. I came across the post, I guess it was on Reddit, of the person that worked with him at CVS. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I think it was a boy, and it was after the murders, but he's like, I worked with him for like multiple years. I screenshotted everything that he had said because
it sounded legit. Like I can't prove it without knowing who this person is, but their story sounded legit.
Yeah, and he was basically, or he or she, I think it was a he. Well, he said he looked like a man, so, but that doesn't mean it's a he. But anyway, he said that like he would joke around, that he was the voice. Maybe he said the voice did kind of sound like him, but like they were talking about like a beer belly. Like he was like, he absolutely had like a beer belly and it was always hanging out of his shirt. Like there was no hiding it. He didn't like tuck his clothes in. So then I was like looking back at the Bridge Guy video, which again, I don't know how important it really actually, to me, it wouldn't be important unless like the video showed them, one of the girls getting injured, let's say, or you could like.
I always thought Bridge Guy looked like he had a jacket stuffed full of fucking shit. Like he looked like he had like a Santa Claus.
Like when my kid carries toys upstairs and I have him flip his shirt inside out and he like stuffs everything in and carries it in one shot.
Exactly like that. It looked like there was just all kinds of shit in there.
Well, and I remember in the earlier days before an arrest, the consensus, I think, on a lot of the Reddit and like Facebook groups was that Bridge Guy had a kill kit, whatever that means, but he had like a bulky, like it just looked like he had shit shoved in his jacket, and because it's like kind of like busting at the, if that's a zipper or buttons or whatever, like upon first glance,
there's little.
It looks like there's gaps
around. Yeah. It's like Fat Guy in a little coat about to explode open.
Right, but it's like bulgy, you know. It's not just like a belly. It's like there's stuff in it. I mean
the only reason you would do that is because you have shit stuffed in there that you're trying to contain.
Well, now depending how they were dressed. So I would rather be cold in the winter than look like lumpy and the multiple
for
layers.
sure.
So like couldn't, and a man will do it. Like my ex-husband would literally put 30 pounds on himself by adding, he'll wear a t-shirt, he'll wear another t-shirt over that t-shirt, a long sleeve shirt over that t-shirt, and then sweatshirt over top of it, jacket over top. And I'm like, what on earth? And it would be like a little bit lumpy. Like if I have on this sweatshirt and then I put a jacket over top of it, like a tighter jacket, it's going to be lumpy. Like I have.
Yeah, no, I'm going to look like this in January.
If
I know that I only have to walk, 2 minutes from the car to the place that I'm going, I'm going to be like, in the car, I'm going to be like, fuck it. And I'm going to rip it off and be like,
even like the sweatshirt,
fashion over pain. I'll make it.
All my sweatshirts are like cut off sweatshirts, and they'll cut off like right under my bra. My mom's like, what's the point of wearing a sweatshirt if your belly's out anyway? And I'm like, I'm not just going to, what am I going to, like, I'm not 12 anymore. I'm not going to wear an oversized sweatshirt.
That whole jacket seemed functional, not practical.
Right.
Again, assuming bridge guy matters.
He didn't look like it was a really unseasonably warm day, did he?
If I hear that word one more time.
You know who dressed like that on an unseasonably warm day? An old person. Like a super old person.
If I hear the word unseasonably warm one more time, like blood is going to shoot out of my eyes. First of all, and maybe it's just my perspective of what unseasonably warm means. Like the high that day was 40 something. And for someone living in Central Texas, that's fucking freezing. That is freezing. I don't care if it was unseasonably warm for Indiana. That's still really cold.
So if every day it's like 12 or 20 and then tomorrow it's 40, that would be unseasonably warm. But that doesn't mean that it's warm out. It doesn't mean that you're
on shorts.
Exactly.
It just means like it's safe to walk outside in winter clothing.
Yeah, like it's too warm to snow, but it's not too warm, or it's too warm to snow, but it's not warm enough to like go out in a tank top.
If it's going to be 12 here, which happens like once every couple of years, but 12, like you don't leave the house in 12.
No.
Like you don't even go outside. Like you don't have clothes for 12.
I hate northern state. I lived in Florida for a while, and it was my bet. I think that everyone could benefit from sun and heat all the time. Yeah. Like global warming, I'm totally fine with global warming.
Yeah. Angela's like dying in the summertime. She's like, what's it like there? What temperature is there? I'm like, it was 108 today. I worked in the yard for a couple of hours until it got too hot.
When I lived in Florida, I didn't know that winter would get cold, but like it would be like 70 in the winter, and my nose would be red and like my fingers would be red. My mom's like, what are you talking? I'm like, I'm fucking freezing. My nose is running like outside of work. She's like, what is happening? I'm like, I don't know. It's a different kind of cold here. But this unseasonably warm thing, they needed sweatshirts because it was going to like get colder. It was not a hot day. He was probably more dressed.
The goddamn sweatshirts.
Yeah.
That's a total. I could do a whole episode on the fucking sweatshirt gate. It's ridiculous.
Well, and what about the jeans? Apparently, nobody knew that Libby was wearing jeans until that Frank's memo came out. That is ridiculous.
I don't know. It's so weird.
They had to know that they were Libby's for some reason. They had to have been like large, or they have to know Libby's size and then say, okay, these are Libby's size.
Much larger than Abby. Much larger. Yeah. I mean, like 100 pounds larger.
Sure. I think that none of this is going to matter, in the sense that I think that he's going to be relying mainly on the bullet and the confessions. I think a huge portion of his case is going to be.
I have an interesting observation about the bullet. And this is a wild prediction. I have no clue if I'm right. I might be totally wrong. What's new? I think the bullet's out. I think the bullet is gone. I don't think it's going to be at trial. We haven't heard the bullet mentioned since the defense filed the motion to compel and motion for sanctions, which was about the third week in April, saying that we still don't have the chain of custody for that bullet.
And Nick said they have everything we have, and that means
Except
that doesn't exist.
No, Nick even said except, and that in Nick's response a couple of days later, which was like 426, maybe 426, 427, Nick said they have everything except for the SOPs and the chain of custody documents. Nick acknowledged they did not have the chain of custody documents that they said they didn't have.
Okay, so
And
where are they?
nobody in any document or any hearing has said the word bullet since.
There is no way, because he can't tie the bridge guy to the crime. Like I said, you cannot tie the bridge guy to the crime scene without that bullet, because you don't have him on video going with them to the crime scene. You don't have
You can't even put a story together that says that. You can't even come up with a story that makes sense. But yeah, I mean, all those hearings and even the fact that the bullet and the chain of custody documents for the bullet was specifically mentioned in what I went to a hearing about. In that hearing, the word bullet was never fucking said. Not once. It's like a non-issue now. Nobody has said the word bullet since April. That's weird to me. Another wild theory supported by absolutely nothing. I think that the prosecution and the investigators have known that this bullet was always going to be inadmissible in the event that they ever arrested somebody, that it would never make it into a trial. It would never be part of the prosecution if they ever arrested somebody, but yet they still arrested Richard Allen based on it, knowing that it would be dead and gone before trial happened.
Well, if they got him to, so like when Holman said in that one interview, whatever interview that was, when he said that it was his bullet, that it was Richard Allen's bullet, they had tested other guns, that he didn't put it there, which I found really odd, but I understand that I'm only seeing a snippet of the actual interrogate. Okay. But how he like volunteered that, like, well, I didn't put it there. It's like, why'd you say that? Nobody said you put that shit there.
Nobody
like,
said that. He told on himself is what he did.
Yeah. And so I just wonder if the thought was the more he confesses to, the less of this stuff we fucked up needs to come in, because we have his own words. Does that make any sense? Like maybe we won't bring in the bullet, but maybe we have him saying something crazy about the bullet, like that he discharged it on purpose or something, like whatever all these confessions are.
I don't fucking know. It's so weird. It's absolutely so weird. Sorry, let me get through this page. Again, assuming Richard Allen fits into all these pieces. He goes to the police right after he did all this and killed them to let them know he was there that day. He does not get rid of his vehicle, which police would later on find no victim DNA in. He does not get rid of the clothing he killed them in, which also contains no victim's DNA. He does not get rid of the gun that he used at the crime scene, where he dropped a cycled but unspent bullet inches into the dirt underneath leaves. Andrew, you scroll up. Angela.
This is probably coming. Okay, so somebody was arguing the other day about Elvis and this jacket or whatever that he tried to give away.
Crazy.
And they were like, maybe it was just a coincidence. Like maybe he was just getting rid of a blue jacket. It doesn't mean that it was like the blue jacket or whatever. And I thought, if you're a reasonable person on a jury, okay, are you going to believe that for years, this person who was on the bridge, whose sketch is apparently an image of them, would be hanging out where the sketch is, taking pictures in front of the sketch, not get rid of their clothes, not get rid of their car, not get rid of their gun, not move, not change their appearance, whether they gain a bunch of weight or lose a bunch of weight, or like exactly how the FBI said the person probably would.
And you are somebody who has been balls deep in all kinds of cases for a really long time.
Mhm.
Like, you can objectively be like, this doesn't happen. This isn't
Well,
a thing.
and if he's going to keep all those things, where are the trophies, right? We were told that there's a pair of underwear and there's a sock that's missing.
Right.
That we're
He's a
taking
real
from the-
sicko, and like he enjoyed the game and he enjoyed playing the game. Then
So where are those? He kept all these other things. He kept a bullet. The whole idea of him keeping a bullet in like a little like a keepsake box on like his dresser, but like, where's the trophies that he took from the actual scene? That makes no sense.
And if he was that kind of person, if he was like the BTK, like the real sicko, the one who liked playing the game, who liked teasing cops, not being caught, toying with them, saving souvenirs, you don't have a mental breakdown and find God within a few months of being in prison.
Yeah. And
I mean, they just said it was a keepsake box. Like, what does that even mean? Like,
they said it was
titled it that.
I got to
I
keepsake.
doubt
box.
it said keepsake on it.
I've heard that about you, Courtney.
Yeah, I do. It's true.
God forbid they ever take my keepsake box. I got like my kid's first tooth. My mom has like
I just keep
mine.
a stray bullet in mine. That's weird.
My mom has like my hair from my first haircut. They'd be like, "Oh my God, she's killed people before." But what I was thinking was, when you had mentioned earlier, you were talking about like the warrants. You guys were, and I said something about that they did get warrants, but Unified Command didn't serve them. Like Elvis, I'm just going to throw his name out there. Let's say Elvis could have the underwear and the sock, just like he tried to get rid of this jacket, but we'll like literally never know.
We'll literally never know because they didn't have anything to put him at the crime scene, which to them does not equal innocent.
But that would put him at the crime
It
scene.
equals unprosecutable.
But that would put him at the crime scene. Otherwise, why would he have those things? But nobody executed the search warrant. So you just don't know. So to say that there's nothing to connect them is kind of absurd when
they didn't try.
Exactly. Nothing was collected to be able to do it. Oh, Angela came back to scroll for you.
I mean, thank you. I mean, it's
Her
the
hair
same.
looks great.
It's the same as saying Ron's house was searched, and then he wasn't charged with the crime, so nothing was found in the search, so he's innocent. Like, no, you can't say that about anybody. I mean, it's literally why the Riddler would never acknowledge anybody was cleared, because it doesn't matter if you found something in a search or you did a search or they had an alibi. None of that, without the forensic evidence to prove like definitively what happened in the crime, none of that shit matters.
Or when it happened.
No, and none of it matters. I don't care about anybody's alibi anymore.
Neither.
I can even play devil's advocate. I don't care about Rick's alibi anymore. None of it fucking matters when you don't know when they died.
I agree.
I think I'm almost done with this thing. Let me blow this shit.
Yeah, you do that. I don't want to throw you off.
Okay, so he doesn't get rid of the clothing he killed him in, which we know contained no victim DNA. He doesn't get rid of the gun he used at the crime scene, where he dropped a cycled but unspent bullet into the dirt underneath the leaves. An ISP ballistics expert from their lab would later compare, DB, don't lose your mind. I know you've said this 100 times and I don't comprehend it all the time. They would later compare the chamber markings from his unspent bullet to the bullets they fired out of Richard Allen's gun to say they had the same markings. So the bullet from the scene came from his gun. First of all, there's no protocol for this kind of analysis, nor has Missy, what's her name? Missy Oberg.
Oberg.
Yeah, Oberg. Ever done this kind of analysis before? Because chamber markings on an unspent bullet just aren't a fucking thing. They just aren't a fucking thing. Fight me.
Why would, that's doing so much extra. Like all you had to do was like put it in and then like pull it out. Like you didn't even have to go about, like you didn't even need to get your headphones on. You didn't need to go shoot it. Like you didn't need to do any of that. You literally just need to put it in and then make it leave and then be like,
you know why they had to shoot it? It's because they sent it to Nibbin. They sent it to the country's database for bullets, and they don't fucking take unspent rounds. They had to fire it because they don't take unspent rounds.
Well, they did it that way also because if you cycle the round and it's not fired, there is no forensic value.
That's exactly.
So
say it
say
it louder. Say it 100 times. There's no fucking forensic value in that. It's why the FBI didn't care about it either. Say it again. Say it better. Say it in your voice.
The FBI didn't care about it because the National Institute of Science and Technology does not believe that unspent rounds can be compared to a spent round in a ballistic expert analysis testimony in a criminal trial.
Mm.
No shit.
Mm.
So this bullet didn't do anything or go anywhere, but we need you to look at it. We need you to look at it though.
It's not a thing. And while Rick Allen has no criminal record, he was savvy enough. He was forensically aware enough to not leave his DNA at the scene or anywhere. Although police did recover someone else's, which is still unidentified, presumably. And they are just blowing that off, despite the $20,000 they spent on genetic genealogy. That just doesn't fucking matter anymore. You can scroll down, Ange.
Oh, that's true, Luke. That's a good point. NIST, yeah, that's true. They're city folk. Coastal elites.
City folk don't know shit about fuck.
I don't know shit about fuck.
You're in the dark, mama.
I know. I need to why does it get so dark in here? I need a better light.
I can still see you though. That's all that matters.
Let me get closer. You hear my chair squeak? I need to tighten up these screws. Do y'all hear this?
It's not worse than mine. But it's the most comfortable chair. How do you buy a brand new chair and it's already creaky?
I don't know.
Oh, my shit's creaky.
I put this one together. That's why it's squeaking. Hold on. Let me
spray some Pam on it. That's what I do to the the house now is new, so like it doesn't creak. But like the old house, man, every time the door would start squeaking when we'd shut it, I'd just spray it with some Pam.
Okay, well, I use WD-40 because
it works.
All right, hold on. I'll be right back. Y'all just talk amongst.
She's going to get Pam. She's going to spray.
Going to get Pam.
She's going to come back with a can of Pam. Courtney just admitted she's got a screw loose. It's okay.
Pam will take care of it.
It really will. Fiend says he doesn't debate. Is that a true statement, DB? Is that a true statement that Fiend does not debate? I feel like
I wouldn't describe it necessarily as debate. I think that Fiend makes his points regardless of anybody's participation in a debate with him. I think he's a machine. He's an animal. He's a different caliber of a human. He has electricity running through his veins, although he cannot operate electronics very efficiently.
No, he can't. He's a cat.
He's an incredible. Whoa! Hey! Trying to stay monetized over here, mama.
I just turned the
Oh,
light on. There,
I'm not
I
working right
remember
now.
there's actually a
Yeah.
light in my room. I just turned it on. Is that better?
The big burrito industry is struggling right now. So, yeah, you got to get you some WDB-40.
Some WDB, some WDB.
This is our soft launch into the OnlyFans, so it's fine.
Yeah,
It'll be fine. It's a soft launch.
Wait
I'll
till
never
you
call
hear
it
what's
anything else
else
but
on the
WD-40. D-beams.
D-beam.
All right. So this killer with 6 years to prepare for how he would act or what he would say if and when the police ever looped back around to him, gladly sits down to be interviewed. He does not refuse to talk to them, which you can. PSA, you don't have to talk to cops ever.
You can and should.
PSA.
No, you shouldn't.
Don't
you should
have to
refuse.
talk
I
to
say talk
cops
to
when they
him.
want-
Like,
you don't have
what's
to
the
talk
worst
to
that could
them.
happen to him?
You can say
Nah.
no. You can say no. I don't want to talk to you, and go on with your day.
That's really mean.
But he does.
That's rude.
He tries to be helpful. He gladly sits down to be interviewed. He does not refuse to talk to them or ask for a lawyer.
The best thing you come up with in 6 years was, it wasn't me. Wasn't
Yeah.
my bullet.
Yeah.
Neither was I.
Yeah. 6 years. This mastermind who left no trace and stayed in public view for 6 years with all of the people looking for him at the only pharmacy in town, is just like, sure, I'll come in. You want to talk to me again?
I think
Went to
all
the
Isaac
bar.
says this really well. She says that it took the unified command to understand this case. A CVS manager had to come in and explain it to them.
Basically.
And that's when they decided that they solved it.
Yeah. Too long, don't read. That's what happened. In fact, he reconfirms that he was there that day. Albeit he says earlier than what the reliable, trustworthy Dan Doolin says he was.
I can't wait to see the outcome of that. Like, if Doolin, who wrote the wrong thing on the tip narrative and all of that, says, if he even testifies, that he was told, like, that he asked, when were you there? And he said between 1:30 and 3:30. I wonder if he's actually going to say that, because as far as we know, the only thing on recording, like with Rick's actual voice, he says that he was there from noon to 1:30, and even their cameras say that that's not a lie. So,
Yeah.
where's Doolin at? Does he show up at the hearings or anything?
I'm pretty sure he's been deposed by now. So his word is like gold. Rick even elaborates more on questions that he was never even asked in the beginning. Knowing that he was never asked what he wore that day, and knowing the clothing that police seek.
Yeah.
He says he was probably wearing jeans and a blue or black jacket.
Yeah. He's really smart, though.
That tracks, right?
Yeah.
Also, knowing at this point the parking location that police are seeking in the killer, he confirms he parked at the CPS lot, because that's what killers do, right? He also has no worries about his wife speaking to the police. And she confidently acknowledges that he, of course, like most men, owns jeans and a blue or black jacket, as well as guns and knives. Who the fuck doesn't? In Indiana. Knowing his home was searched, and he is definitely a suspect at this point, he calls police 2 weeks later, asking if he can come pick up his car now because they need it for work.
2 weeks is way too reasonable. I would have never waited 2 whole weeks and been like, hello.
I mean, if you're the killer, you'd probably be like panicking. Holy fuck, they searched my home. They know everything. They got me. Like, they have evidence. They have my DNA. Mullen snuck in like a little fucking gremlin and just like snatched a water bottle.
The little water bottle.
And then got out of there. Like, you're
For
the
example,
killer.
like Stephen Stearns gave them his phone after he factory reset it twice.
Oh, I didn't
And
know
the
that. And they
same
still got the
day
stuff
was
off
like,
of it?
same day he was like, I need to get my phone back. When are they going to get my
Panicking.
When are they going to get
Like,
my
I need
phone
my
back?
phone. I need my phone. I need my phone.
Mm-hmm. To track packages.
So
He said.
Rick just waits 2 weeks and he's like, yo, can I come get my car yet? Like, have y'all figured that, like, out that, like, you're not worried about me? Angela, you can scroll down. So they're like, yeah, come pick up your car. So once again, knowing his home was searched, he's definitely a suspect. He goes to pick up his car. When he gets there, fucking Jerome, fucking shake weight leotard Jerry is like, hey, would you mind coming in and talking to me for a minute? And he's like, okay. And
This leaves out some of the weird shit he says, though.
And sits there and gets hammered by Jerry for another couple of hours without a lawyer. Never once says, I'm done fucking talking to you. I'm going to go ahead and leave in my car now. Sits there and talks to him for another couple of hours.
They didn't give Kathy the car back that day either, those fuckers.
They sure didn't. And then eventually he's arrested. He's arrested and he's told, you're
The same
guilty
day.
of something and I'm going to fucking prove it.
How do you say that and then arrest someone for murder, which is like
For double
the
homicide.
highest crime? Like if
Well, he
someone was
confessed.
guilty of something, like that's the biggest thing they could be guilty of.
He must have
And
confessed the whole
he
then, right?
is shake weight leotard Jerry. If you know, you know.
I doubt it, DB. I think that he didn't, and he got pissed off. This is how I envision all of this having happened. Jerry thought he was going to get a confession. He did not get a confession. He got really angry, and he arrested him. And then the man was already arrested, so he was like, "Oh my God, Nick, I arrested this man." And then he and Nick knew that they had like 72 hours to come up with something, or they were going to have to let him go. And so they embellished certain things and wrote out that PCA in order to be able to keep him under arrest. That's my opinion. He jumped the gun.
Absolutely.
Nobody was ready.
There was
And
no
why did the
PCA when he was
defense-
arrested. That was after the fact. That was an oh fuck.
So why did
After
the defense ask to get that statement thrown out?
Well, then
From
they
his-
unasked for it to be
I
thrown out.
don't know.
Right.
They unasked for it. I think
Because they didn't have a Miranda on it, and they were trying to prove that.
yeah, I mean, again, wild theory. The way the hearing started right off the bat, Rosie was like, Judge, just real quick, we want to toss out our motion to suppress the second interview. Like right off the bat. And she's like, okay. And they're all like, okay. I think there's something in there that is actually very useful for trial.
For sure.
And they didn't want to take the chance of it being suppressed.
Remember? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I think that they were operating under the idea that like the confessions, whatever they are what Nick is going to heavily rely on, like any statements that might sound bad. And so they were just like, let's get rid of them all. But then I think once they realized, I think at some point they realized that she obviously was not going to allow the third party stuff, but there's no way that she's going to be able to keep out the investigation stuff. And I think that interrogation is going to be part of, I guess, their misconduct, I would say,
For sure.
in the investigation.
Yeah. Then he's arrested. And I think he believes, my opinion is that he believes, based on either what was said that day, because Jerry told him that day during that 2-hour interrogation, he told him, your bullet was at the scene. And he says, no, it wasn't. Jerry's like, yes, it was. Like at this point, Rick believes that the girls were shot, right? Like the girls were shot and they have matched bullets from the crime, fired bullets that killed the victims to his gun, which is why we later find out he confesses to molesting those girls and shooting them in the back. Because that's literally what Richard Allen thinks happened based on why he was arrested. And that is so goddamn sad that he thought he was confessing to what happened, even though he had no clue what actually happened during the crime. After that, he's put in the most psychologically torturous environment known to man, without representation, without a due process hearing. But again, this is a completely sadistic mastermind, right? This is a BTK,
Right.
correct?
Sure.
The probable cause affidavit written after Jerry rage arrests him, fabricated witness statements and omitted many others to secure the arrest, to get Diener Wiener to sign off on it. Knowing the jig is up, the man who casually butchered 2 teenagers in the woods in broad daylight is so painfully remorseful that he has an existential crisis, finds God within the first couple of months, and then starts confessing nonstop for 3 months while in full throes of psychosis, per the actual doctors treating him. And according to Stacy Diener, his environment brought him healing. She said those words. She fucking said those words. I can't make it up. His environment brought him healing.
Well, she is a
She
Diener.
said that with her whole chest. And if I'm on a jury and somebody says that to me, I'm going to have some questions. I'm going to have a lot of questions about everything else she just said.
Especially once you start watching the videos of Rick.
They can't
Wow.
hide.
Right. During the period of time where Rick's talking about finding God, and during the time he's talking about like wanting to confess and praying with the Plus companions, when Stacy Diener is supposedly so convinced that he's healing, he's also running face first into the walls of his cell, like throwing his body fluids and
Oh, don't worry, Angela. We have an explanation. That was his freak out because he read the legal paperwork and he finally understood all of the damning evidence that Nick has on him, because he saw it in the paperwork that his lawyers handed over to him that he never fucking even looked at.
Yeah, but
by
they
the
can
way.
disprove that, right? Because he didn't have it yet.
Yes, it will be disproved. It will be absolutely disproved. But that is what the public has been spoon-fed thus far, is that he confessed and he got crazy and he lost his mind because he finally realized he was cornered and they knew everything. The state's entire case is his psychotic confessions, which I was almost positive I was going to hear for myself at those hearings. Like, surely they would have wanted to present those to the judge and contaminated everybody who was there in person at the hearings to go talk about it on social media afterwards, right? If it was such a slam dunk, hundreds, but specifically 61 that we've procured as the best, surely they would have played one for us, right? Surely they would have quoted verbatim one of them for us, right? Zero.
No, the Harshman forgot his notes.
Fucking zero. I heard zero.
Freshman didn't have his notes. How could he do it?
Seemed like a really fucking important hearing, right? You'd think you'd bring your notes. You think you'd be ready to cue up, micro roll the clip for the judge and the people there who are going to talk about it publicly, for all the media that is sitting there. Like, just to put your dick out there and be like, fuck yeah, listen to this shit. You think that would have been your moment to do that. Totally legally, not violating any gag orders.
Right. He loves
Let's show them what we got.
public
right?
hearing. Yeah.
No, the defense handed the judge a thumb drive for her to comb through, and that was that.
Yeah, and you want to bet she didn't before she made her ruling about admissibility?
I would bet my left tit she didn't listen to any of the things on that thumb drive before she denied it.
Yeah.
That's my favorite tit too.
I know. It's your best tit.
My best tit.
You need me to scroll?
Yeah. I think I'm almost done. This
Okay.
was my brain vomit.
It's awesome.
All of this is the behavior of a killer that was savvy enough to elude local, state, and federal authorities for 6 years while living in plain sight and interacting with everybody looking for him. And then this final little portion, I know, T, that's what I'm saying. And then this little final portion here is just a couple of timestamps that I have a lot of questions about. You can scroll down just a smidge. No text were received on Libby's phone past 4:06 p.m. However, her phone was connected to a tower and has a final successful ping at 5:44 p.m. If anybody can make this make sense, I need to know because it's driving me crazy. Her phone was connected to a tower at 5:44 p.m. If she had received any text messages from all of her extended family members that were out there searching for her, from her 6 family members that were out there searching for her, from 4:06 p.m. to 5:44 p.m., then there wouldn't be 0 texts received on her phone past 4:06 p.m. I'm just going to leave that there. If somebody can make it make sense, I'm begging you. Her phone does not ping or show connected to a tower all night long after 5:44 p.m. At the time, the reports from law enforcement said it was either damaged, turned off, or out of the area. The victim's phone miraculously connects to a tower the next day at 4:33 a.m. after all the searchers are gone, and a flood of unread text messages flow into her phone at that point. Bing, 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 bing. Like when you get off an airplane and you take your phone off airplane mode. These texts were sent after 5:44 p.m. and 0 were sent from 4:06 to 5:44. And then this last bullet point here is all I got. And this is what the defense is going to say. This is what the defense has said. And this is what OJ this was her mic drop at the end of the hearings. The most recent extraction that ISP Cecil did on Libby's cell phone, which was like a week or so before the hearings. It's going to specifically be analyzing what's called the Knowledge C database on her phone. I hope DB will talk a little bit more about this because I bet he can explain it a lot better than me. And I also highly recommend, we can link it somewhere. I highly recommend everybody to go revisit the Alex Murdaugh trial, where the phone and data guy got up there and put together a completely cohesive timeline of Alex Murdaugh's phone and Maggie Murdaugh's phone, including what orientation it was in. Was it vertical or horizontal? Was it unlocked? Was it locked? Was a text read? Was an app opened? Because Knowledge C is just like a gold mine of where all of that stuff lives. So this most recent extraction, which we have no information about yet, is going to corroborate everything the defense has saying, or it's going to disprove it. It's going to tell you all times that the phone was powered on, powered off manually, locked, unlocked, which is what the defense is saying accessed in one of their filings. They said the phone was powered on and accessed. They said those words exactly. It will confirm whether or not a human had to be manipulating the victim's phone around 4:33 a.m. And you can't hide from this shit. You can't dispute it. You can't say it's not reliable. You can't say there's could be glitches. Like, no, this is like an audit log from Apple. And it's very detailed. It's very specific. On the very end of the hearings, the end of Cecil's time on the stand, the defense attorney, OJ, just goes, "Are you familiar with knowledge C?" And he goes, "Yeah." And Nick instantly was like, "Objection. I just don't know how this is relevant, blah, 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 blah." Like, Nick knew, and Nick was like, "I object." And then OJ was just kind of like, "You know what? Don't worry about it. That's fine. We're just save this for trial."
She was like, "You do?"
She was like, "I don't even care. We'll save this for trial."
She's like, "Okay, you fucking nerd." Wow.
And I just loved that moment because I was instantly like, I need to know anything and everything about Knowledge C. And then one of our friends sent us the info for the Murdaugh trial. And I watched like 2 hours of testimony. It's fascinating. And if it shows what the defense is claiming it's going to show, it's game over. Stop everything. Like, nothing about the state's claims about what happened in this crime are even possible. D-Beans, do you have anything to say about Knowledge C? Would you like to explain it like much smarter than I did?
Yeah, it's Curious Luke got to before me. He said, ironically, Knowledge C's formal name is knowledgec.db, and it's ironic because I'm DB and I know everything about Knowledge C. So I'm just kidding. What the is that? Did you pull that out of someone's Knowledge C? I think that's pulled out of Knowledge C.
That was pulled on Facebook publicly.
Yikes. Yeah, so basically it's a local storage database that stores event data in the phone, and that's what Celebrite and Axiom parses a lot of data from to get basically an event log of everything that's going on in the device.
Like what?
So you could see the, when the volume is lowered, when the volume raises, it keeps the is the Bluetooth on? It's the Bluetooth off. Are you turning the Bluetooth off? What time did you turn the Bluetooth off? Did you?
It's like if you even touch your phone. Like if you do.
Yeah, but there are some things that I can't tell. Like there's a write ahead file that sometimes like has a cache data in it that gets written over from like app specific data that needs to be stored briefly and isn't part of the actual hardware function of the phone. So like there's local storage sometimes for apps like Snapchat where they'll store the last known screen, the suspended state of the screen and what's in it to save so that it loads faster. If you switch apps and then go right back to it, or you switch apps and like you see the little thumbnails where it still has what's going on in the app, that could be the cache still holding on to what that image is. And so some of the data that comes off of the apps are stored locally like that, or it's just mainly hardware stuff. But it has a difficult time like turning with when the phone turns on and off for some phones, because the way that it is, like if the phone were to just drain and go dead, and they can't tell what time it went dead, but it stops reporting stuff. So like if something is no longer, the phone's no longer being interacted with, that's not necessarily the best place to get the information from, because there could be like hardware stuff that's going on that's different because of the way the real-time clock works in a cell phone versus somebody else's. Like if you hook a iPhone
Sorry, I
up to
just
a
blacked
computer,
out for a second. You said something about hardware and stuff.
yeah, it's so there's a different Zulu time. This sounds ridiculous
What?
to
A
white people,
Zulu
probably.
What?
It's a Zulu time and an iPhone iOS device. Yeah, so look it up, guys. Okay, get Cellbrite. Okay, what you
I
need
don't
to
want
do?
to look it up.
What
I want
need
you to
do-
explain
well,
it to me, but I want you to explain it to me like I'm a little slow.
Well, that's usually how I do it. But just kidding.
Oh,
Yeah, so it's basically what Cellbrite parses for physical information on the device. So a lot of times, if you have somebody who's skilled in forensic countermeasures, they'll know what is being parsed with Cellbrite.
what does
So they
parsed
can
mean?
parse means like it's the files and the information is divided into a way that's more legible. So
I feel
it's
like I've been parsed. I feel parsed
yeah, I
right
could
now.
see that. I could definitely see that. So it's just, you're sorting something. Like if you have a bunch of files in your hand, paper files, you have 100 different files, and one is about uh it's a background check on Courtney, and the other one's a background check on Ange. And then the other one's a background check on Sleuthy, you mix them all up, and then you go through them, and then they're mixed up, and then you're like, I gotta parse these out. So you can put them in the 3 little stacks for all their background checks, and then you just parsed your creepy file. So that's how it works. Yeah.
You just parsed your creepy file.
DB, did you have something you wanted to share with the class? I feel like you did, right?
I'm almost done with it.
No rush.
I got called on by the teacher, so
No rush.
I had to alt tab real quick.
Okay. So did you, by the way, I closed that. Did you want me, were you done, Court?
I'm fucking done.
We'll share that too. I know you say you don't like, I think it's perfect.
I'm gonna make it a little prettier. It's kind of
it's perfect. Don't use
most
caps. I
things
can't
I
read
make and
caps.
share. Most things I make and share, that's how it starts, and then I like
Make it
nice for
fancy.
humans. Yeah, I get it, like, so it's not just my stream of consciousness, because it's a mess in here.
Well, it's not a mess on paper. It's perfect. But you can, do what once Courtney.
We'll snazz it up a little bit.
Once Courtney snazzes it up, not in all caps lock, because people with brains.
This one's not in caps lock. It's not in all caps. Did you see?
Thank God. Yeah, because I could read it this time.
Did you see it? I did.
There's something about, there's like a certain kind of brain.
I did it.
When I worked at a place once, and I was like, they had me doing like their their marketing shit, which I'm not qualified. That's how bad this place was. But I got like blasted for using all caps, because this lady was like, not everybody can read all caps. It's not very inclusive. And I was like, what are you talking about? And now I can't read all caps though. It's like, it's just hard to read. Apparently it is.
Sleuthy has a actual like she'll get triggered with all caps. Like she gets really upset about it. Like it feels very aggressive to her.
Well, I know, because I'm constantly using all caps.
I know, because I read your guys' DMs.
I know you have. Everybody has. There are DMs now. They belong to all of us. They belong.
Y'all only saw some of them. Like you saw some of my funnier ones, but not all. Like it gets worse, actually.
Does it really?
DB.
I believe you.
You've seen me at my worst and or best, depending on what your sense of humor is like.
I think you're quite funny.
I think I'm fucking hilarious.
Me too.
So does chat.
Chat thinks you're funny too, and you're smart. She's the trifecta. She's all the things.
But
and she, go ahead.
Smart enough to know that some things you shouldn't say outside of your safe space.
True.
because it generally might be offensive to some people.
And just because you say them in your same space doesn't mean that you actually mean it. Like that you could be talking shit, right? Between people.
I talk a lot of shit, and
I've never talked any shit.
Anybody, like, I wouldn't trust anybody who didn't talk shit in their private spaces amongst friends. Like, that's weird. Like,
Right.
if you're being PC and like thoughtful about people's feelings and like the way you speak to your closest friends,
Sus. But I do
that's weird.
I trust people that don't talk shit, but who I don't trust is people who say that you sent them the bail application for the Long Island serial killer.
What?
Long Island
list,
serial killer.
And that you're contradicting yourself during a live. Those are the only people I can't stand.
She's doing a defamation.
That's fucking illegal.
That's fucking illegal. Are you supposed to be working on something, DB?
I'm working right now, guys. Okay, encourage me.
What are you working on?
A new ASMR channel.
Oh my God. I would
Hello.
like and subscribe immediately.
I know you're making spaghetti. I know the kids are yelling. I know Baby Shark's
Sir,
playing on repeat. But
I'm gonna kick you if you don't finish.
God, are you gonna do like tired, stressed out mom ASMR like that?
what do you think I'm on here for?
That is
I
so
have
That's all he
demographics.
does. That's all this is. This is just to
God.
keep the hardworking moms engaged in the chat, and it's working beautifully.
So smart.
Look who's here.
Who's here? She was doing a dunk. Who's here?
All eyes.
Where's Sleuthy?
I don't know.
She's just been a white circle for a while now.
I know.
Sleuthy, can you hear me?
I'm taking him up to bed.
Oh, okay.
We'll
Okay.
allow it.
Hey, go to fucking sleep.
DB.
Wait, what? Oh, wasn't my mic on?
One of Sleuthy's air tags went to Walkie. She's sewing air tags into his things. I'm making fish aguachile.
Who is?
Yellow, what's the last delicious soup that you
Who the
had?
hell who is he and why is he making something delicious like that?
I
Remember a
figured
couple
you'd like
weeks
that.
ago when I was making ceviche?
Yeah, I do. And DB thought it was pudding.
I don't know who you are, Rolo, but I would like to
I know who
pair our
Rolo is.
culinary creations together.
Rolo's one of the big homies.
Oh yeah?
You're not close enough to your mic, DB.
Rolo is one of the big homies.
Nice.
He rolls with Criminal Network.
I gotta make double with Dr. Pepper. It's called balance. I had a nice bottle of wine one time and I ate it with a bucket of KFC. And
Sounds
that's
great.
called balance.
Yeah. Oh, I had KFC like maybe I want to say like 2 months ago, 6 weeks ago for the first time in like, oh my God.
You got Popeye? You got Popeyes there?
We have Popeyes here.
Fuck.
Wait, no, we have Popeyes in North Carolina.
Yeah.
Where is here? I don't know. Yeah, we have Popeyes, but I hadn't had KFC in forever.
Jerry knows.
Jerry knows where I am. That's all that matters.
That's all right.
And he's probably watching right now.
Hey, Jer.
Hey, Jerry, I want my shake weight back. But it was delicious. I got a chicken sandwich with mashed potatoes,
Mm.
and oh my god,
Oh my God.
it was so good.
Real quick, DB, are you preparing something?
Yes.
Okay, he is.
Well, I am
Good.
every 2 minutes. And then I stop preparing it. What's up?
Keep preparing. I was going to tell a quick story. I just
Oh,
wanted
okay.
to share with people what Angela and I are going to do one day. One day when Rick is free and like Delphi is taken over by the FBI and it gets solved and like we all have answers. So Angela and I, what are we doing? We're doing a We're doing a soup tour.
A slutty soup tour.
A
No,
slutty soup
a
tour.
spicy soup tour.
That's right. That's what it was.
Why did I say slutty?
It's same thing. That's what it was. So we're going to travel. I envision, like, if you've ever watched, what's that Jack Whitehall show I love so much? The Travels with My Father.
That's a good one.
Oh, I love him. It's going to be like that, but it's not going to be with our fathers. It's just going to be me and Angela.
Right.
And we're just going to travel around and have amazing soup. And then just do kind of like spooky crime stuff, like spliced in between. Like we're going to go visit like famous like haunted asylums, like after
on
the
and
soup.
man.
Maybe before the soup, depending on how spicy it is. If it's like Thai
Yeah,
spicy,
I
we'll do
can't
it
be.
before.
I can't be doing anything too crazy.
Yeah,
I
you don't
get
want like any
to
blowouts in an asylum. Or anything. It'd be a disaster.
Right. We're gonna do spooky haunted tours.
But it's gonna be like spooky and crimey and soupy.
Hi, friend. Hi, friend.
What's the last
Yeah.
good soup you had?
Oh my god. Kaylee made some Hungarian thing. It was like goulash but soupier. It was
Ooh, I didn't know that existed. I need to know more about it.
she cooks me dinner like every day. I have it fucking
Good.
made. It's amazing. She's a really good
wife her.
I have. She's wife. It's amazing. And I well, I don't know if you know this, I don't cook. And it's amazing. Like some people just do it and they like it. You know? Like you, I imagine.
I like making soups. Like
Yeah.
I'll cook a lot of other stuff too, but like I'll love spending all day like making a soup or a stew or like a gumbo or a red beans and rice or
Oh, that sounds good. But I would hate being like it's almost like it's soup. It's almost soup season here, but I guess it's always soup season if you like soup. So
yeah.
that's true. What's your favorite soup?
Oh shit. It's gonna be something in the Asian variety. Yeah. It's gonna be
I'm like a basic bitch for like some pho.
I mean, I like pho. It's like, but it's like a pho is like it's like a fail safe. It's like you can't go wrong. It's always gonna be good, usually.
Right.
Like mostly Thai. I'd say like anything Thai. Like I'm gonna isolate it to Thai or Japanese. There's a ramen place here in Austin. It's like called Ramen Tatsuya.
Nice.
God damn, they fuck it up. Like 60-hour pork broth.
Jesus Christ.
And then you get like these like spicy bombs to put in it. Like it's like they give you like this like ice cream scooper of like these homemade like ground and roasted chilies that you put in it. And the egg and the like everything. It's so good. That was my last good soup.
Amazing. I love it.
And then I make a really good chili, which I mean, of course,
Bet you
everybody
do.
like chili is like a competitive thing. Like you like your chili, you don't like it. I make a really good chili, no beans, because in Texas, if you put beans in your chili, you don't know beans about chili.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah. And then I make a good chicken strudel.
What's a chicken strudel?
It's like a chicken noodle, but I just make it. I give it a stupid name.
Oh.
D Beans. Oh, you got your fan blowing. I see. I don't hear it tonight though.
Yeah. I got my settings all adjusted. So, you know, I have my noise reduction turned on. Fancy.
Everybody's throwing up their favorite soups now. I'm like, oh, fuck yeah.
I'm so hungry.
Oh,
Oh, bye, Sleuthy.
she had to go. Yeah, good friend.
I do like a good like chicken like a tortilla soup. What?
Chicken tortilla.
Austin is filled with hotties. We can confirm this because you're looking at one.
Tommy, what was your channel? What did Tommy have?
Tommy, can you hear me? Just give me a 2010 Cabernet and a bucket.
He wants that wine and chicken.
Chicken and enchiladas. Yeah.
It ain't bad.
So she had to go because she had to explain what DB meant by go the fuck to sleep. Yeah, he learned a new word this evening. All right, well,
If he says his old co-host was Maggie Freeling, I'm gonna die.
wouldn't that be something?
Yeah. I think she's
Delaware.
in Austin now. I need to stalk her. I think she's in Austin.
Oh, right. White chicken chili. Oh, he said it's been 3 years. It was about our jobs. Not exciting. I'm
No.
sure it was exciting.
No. Well, I'll just stalk her too for fun.
That's what we do. That's what we do around here.
Just cranking away. I keep
Cranky.
getting texts that somebody's talking shit about us and being rude. I'm like,
That's just a Saturday, baby. That's just a typical Saturday.
just
Do your
I don't
ears
know.
get
Like Mercury got out of Lemonade. I don't know what happened. Like I've been like I don't give a fuck.
I know, I like it. Her
Like,
fucks are all broken.
I used to get a little like hurt and upset and butthurt about it because like I mean, there's plenty about me that's true, that's unlikable, but it's really frustrating when people are saying untrue things about you to try to make you seem unlikable. Especially when there's plenty of things. I'm like,
feel
we
like
ain't gotta make stuff up. But
it seems
I
so much
don't
more
care
effective.
anymore. Like I just don't care. Like I lost my capacity to care. Like I
You
just
like your fuck capacity.
yeah, especially when it's like people who don't take up any like they just don't take up any room in my head. Like I don't even think about them or know them or care about them. I'm like, is that person talking about me again?
I just like the most like personally, how do I want to say it? Like the people that are like the loudest talking about things that don't matter. Like we would just much rather talk about things that matter. Like we're all here
There's
to talk
like in this case, there's a trial happening in
3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Yeah.
Like, who in the fuck cares about your narratives or the meanie defense or something mean I said in a group chat? Like, this doesn't matter. This is so irrelevant. I can't believe there's still people out there who research the people who research true crime.
Yeah.
That is the weirdest phenomenon I have ever seen in my life.
I imagine that it'll just probably always exist.
It's so strange.
Well, this is maybe a segue while we're waiting for our Prince Among Men DV. I feel like there's a very particular, we've talked about this a bunch before, but there's like a particular characteristic about the Delphi case that I don't feel like I see. I'm sorry, I can't sit still. I'm like very, very antsy. There's like a particular characteristic about the Delphi case that I feel like is a little bit more exaggerated than in other cases where like the online component, it's like extra toxic and it's like extra doxy and weird and like, but I think it's because from the very beginning, like what about this case is different than like other cases? I think it's because from the very beginning, law enforcement has been online engaging with at the very least monitoring, because even from what we know about Click and Ferenczi and Murphy's investigation, like they were assigning people to look into the online activity of people.
Yes.
So like that's like normal in investigations, but what's not normal is that became their
narrative
only, it became their only thing. They were not actually investigating. They were like taking the temperature of the room constantly online. And they were like, they have like, and it sounds like a conspiracy theory, but we know now that it's not a conspiracy theory. It's true. They have like these third party actors that are in these groups and online and pushing narratives, and they have relationships with the media, which all investigations do, but like very specific narrative shaping and alliance building, and some like, okay, shut down this thing, debunk this rumor, we need to shut this thing down, we need to push this thing. Like
the debunking, it's so
we
weird.
see it happening in real time, and we see it happening before our eyes, and it's like, that is so, like, I feel like that has made this case almost.
Are you guys talking about women doing impossible things, debunking me?
Yes. But that's kind of what I feel like is like the thing about Delphi that's a little bit different, because there's been so much third-party fuckery, like instigated and encouraged and supported by law enforcement.
Well, and then, I mean, even the victims' families have been
that's what I basically.
buried in, like the Facebook groups and everything. I mean, buried in, and I know that's not totally unheard of. I mean, it happens in some. I know even like in Idaho, some of the victims' family members are very vocal and outspoken, and that's fine. That's fine. I highly encourage it. But my perception is that in Delphi, it's been a little more, to the point where I know family has sometimes even been removed from different social media groups when they were originally kind of brought in and celebrated. Like, we have a family member here. This is amazing.
Well, because when you start censoring and
then eventually it became a little control. Like, oh, I don't want anybody talking about that, because it offends me that somebody would talk about that about my child or my grandchild or my friend or my niece or whatever, which I also respect and understand. Like, I get how that must feel. But when you stifle public participation and conversation because it might be offensive, then, I mean, you're censoring. You're censoring things that might lead somewhere productive. I don't know.
Hi, All Eyes.
Hey.
I'm trying to figure out how to join the chat, and it still won't let me. I think it's because I'm on mobile. I've been trying to figure it out.
Mobile doesn't usually let
mobile. Boo. Okay. Well, that explains it then.
Do you know how to? I'm trying to think how I did it last time. I made it work when I joined Fiends.
This is what I've been working on.
Have you been working on a new avatar? I will kick your ass. I swear to God. Is that what you've been working on?
It's pretty good, right?
It is pretty good.
What is it?
Karl Marx.
It was well worth the wait.
Should I know what it is?
It's Karl Marx.
It's a socialist.
Karl Marx work.
Das Kapital.
Unbelievable.
I love it.
DB Garcia. DB Guevara, maybe.
Oh, I got that one too.
Oh, thank you.
Revolutionary.
You're all very welcome.
Well, I guess I can't even drop my stuff in there. I have finished the
your CCF?
Dynamic thing. Yeah, I did the dynamic version though. And I found some mistakes, but like it's mostly ready to go. But I can't even drop it in the chat. So maybe
I'll do it right now. I'm gonna do it before DB does it.
Oh, we got Salute back too. She got.
I heard you guys talking like as we went upstairs, and then you stopped talking.
Oh, did the Benadryl kick in?
My computer died. He wanted to like show me one of his movies, and like as he's trying to show me, he's like, his eyes are like, I'm like, can we just go to bed, please? Like,
it was so sweet.
It's that time of night. That's all I was doing. I was trying to get everybody situated before I grabbed my headphones, because I knew if I didn't double check and triple check, I wouldn't be able to actually sit down and talk.
He likes to hear for a while, but then I think I YouTube to sleep, and I think that he like would rather hear listening, like voices, people talking regular, than like his shows that are loud and shit.
Maybe I can't find it. I thought I could find it. I thought I could share it. No, I can't.
It's okay. I will.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What?
I thought I was gonna beat him at something. Look, the gang's all here, man.
Does this mean that me and All Eyes
No,
me and All Eyes can't be the same person because we're both on the same panel?
That's
I
true.
guess.
Y'all kind of sound similar.
I think that must be why people thought we were the same for so long. I don't know if it's the
Did they?
accent or what. I didn't realize that for a while, but yeah, apparently there are some people who thought. I guess I would have been the alt account because I came after, so I guess they thought I was.
Y'all do
For
like
alt
y'all.
account.
It's just it's like a little bit like the accent's a little same, but it's also like your I don't know what the word is, like your
Sass.
here. Y'all talk at the same exact time, and then we'll all know it's not true.
Some people were joking. Like, I know it was a joke to some. Like, some would be like, why is Sleuthy and All Eyes never in the same place at the same time? Like, they're joking, but apparently some people, you know.
Well, yeah,
'cause like
because they were
Captain-
joking. Some people took it serious. I am also learning how many people take things very literal. You have to be
They do.
careful in this space. Like, you cannot joke with everyone. Some people don't understand. Like, but yeah, apparently some
We
people
stay joking.
took that for real.
We stay goofing.
Yeah, for sure.
The gang's all here immediately followed by everyone speaking at once.
That's something about the DMs that like got out and stuff. And I was just thinking, like, you don't really know how we talk, really. And so when you're like reading that stuff, like I say it all the time, like I let Angela just go on, like she knows I won't read all caps. So if she's like, I won't, I'll just like, I'll look at it and I'll see that it's all caps and I just immediately exit. I'm like, I'm
It's
not
like,
reading
oh,
this
God, I
chat.
can't do it. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, but like when you're having like a little meltdown and you're like saying funny, weird shit, like, and all the letters and numbers and shit, like, it's like, but it's like, I don't know. It's just so, I guess you have to know a person. You can't just like read someone's messages and then not have a clue what kind of person they are, what kind of humor they have, or
Void of context, void of tone, void of
Yeah.
history, void of the message thread in its entirety, because we're chopping and skewing and
That drives me crazy.
cropping and altering.
As if Angela typed to us, like with her full chest, that pictures of the victims smiling make her angry. Like,
yeah.
as
Yeah.
if anybody fucking said that.
Smoke out my ears. That
Yeah.
hate it.
Oh, it makes me so mad when I see.
But it's like you have
dead
to
kids
find the most
smiling.
like
What?
something that will like what in here could I find, can I pull out and share that will just shock the conscience? And it's like that's the worst, and it's not at all true, or that's not the meaning. We weren't even
I
actually
pull out the
talking about
statements
Delphi.
before and after, and I
Right.
isolate it, and then like you leave off the second part of it, and it looks so bad. Fuck
Right.
off.
Regardless.
Off.
And most of it's like not even like if anybody actually reviewed the whole thing, like when stuff was, I was like, I don't even remember that. Like there's multiple conversations happening in this. Like Angela will be like one after the other, and then like me and Courtney are like having a conversation, and then she's still going like over and over and over, and then like Bob will pop
And then
in
Bob
say
comes in
something.
5 hours later.
Yeah, yeah,
And
Bob will
responds
come in and
to
be like, "What are we
something.
talking about?"
yeah.
He responds like
direct him.
800 messages ago.
Okay, that
Yeah.
actually happens a lot on when I had to go through all those ridiculous Facebook threads from 7 years ago, trying to explain that to people because even I saw somebody post it this month as if it was saying one thing, but like they take those screenshots from 1,000. There's like it says like 1K comments, and they take one screenshot of like 4 lines of it, and it usually does not include any of the context around it, where some of these people know each other, some of these people are just commenting on a random Facebook post. It's not like someone's Facebook page. It was a media post about a high profile case. But that, like when I first heard about y'all's messages, no offense, but I was like, I'm not fucking making space in my brain to read. Those messages are not meant for me. That's just how I feel about it.
It's a
But, like,
normal reaction.
But when people started posting like excerpts, I'm like, this is not, I know, like because I had just done the Facebook stuff. It doesn't matter. Number one, I understand, like, if you extend even just like, it depends on how charitable you want to be to people, just as is default, which even people I don't like, I still try to give them like, okay, in their minds, they think they mean well. So even though I think they're a shit person, they probably still meant this. But when people don't do that, or they
Yeah.
pretend not to understand their context, that's when I was like, I'm not even going to bother with those because they're going to be out of order. I know they're going to be out of order. They're going to be cropped. You're not going to see the whole conversation. You're going to see bits and pieces broken up. I was onto that shit the second they started talking about it. That was some bullshit.
My first thought would be like, this feels like none of my fucking business.
What does this
Yeah.
have to do with the case?
That
Yeah,
was my
like this-
first. That actually was my first message to anybody. Was what? This has nothing to do with the case. I want no
What
part
did
of
I
it.
learn from this?
Yeah, I was not
Nothing.
happy.
You learned fucking nothing.
And
Except
we're doing, and this
some
is how
weirdo that's on YouTube sometimes cusses a lot and like
Oh no, not a cuss.
well, and like, yeah.
fucking cares.
Well, and like the fact that we're like at the time, 2 months out of it from a trial, having these very important evidentiary hearings, and instead this is what we're focusing on. Like, that's unserious, and I don't have time for it in my head. But I want to talk about alibis.
Okay.
Ooh.
I don't have one.
Me either. Do you have anything to say about alibis?
I do. I would like to do a little isolation play here and just talk about, the clear out down on the key. This is a basketball reference, everybody. Sorry. Not
Did you just
everyone's a
ask me to
basketball
do
fan.
role play? Because I'm
Something like that.
I'm about it.
So I just wanted to talk about 3 cases really quick. I'll start about alibis, and these are all on topic. You'll notice why I talk about these 3 cases, but alibis are important during investigations because law enforcement can decide whether or not your alibi is good enough for them to be cleared, or if your alibi is not good enough, right? So there's a case in 1986, Christine Morton. She was killed brutally in her apartment or in her house, and she died to blood and force trauma. By the way, a little bit of a trigger warning here on some of these. Later that day, her husband came to the police and told them that they had been having issues in their marriage, and they got into a fight the night before. And a day later, her husband was arrested.
Fuck.
There was no scientific evidence. There was no eyewitness. There was no murder weapon. There was no believable motive. Despite his confidence in the evidence against him, he was found guilty, leaving his 3-year-old son without either parent.
It's so
He
sad.
said that he thought he did the right thing by telling the police the truth because he was innocent, and the police told him he had nothing to worry about. And since they knew he was at work, after 25 years, the Innocence Project found evidence of untested DNA at the scene through an open records request, a FOIA to a random agency. The DNA pointed to a convicted felon named Mark Norwood. He was found to be, Michael Morton was found to be innocent, and Norwood was found guilty of the murder at trial.
That's so sad.
He was at work.
That's so
People
fucked up.
testified during
But
the
how
trial
does that
that
happen?
he
Like,
was at
It happens so
work.
much and it's terrifying.
but it just doesn't make any sense. Something as simple as like when all the Brad Holder stuff came out, I just thought this just seems like something really simple to like. If anybody should be mad, it should be him at like the police, because it's really easy to figure something like that out. Like, I don't understand. That's one of the worst ones that I've heard. You're
But
at work.
do alibis matter when you don't really know what time a crime happened?
Alibis matter
no.
when police say they matter. He had an
Yeah,
alibi that he was
exactly. I
at
mean,
work.
in this case that you just went over, when did they determine the crime happened and how did they determine that?
They determined that it happened during the day and that he was likely responsible by like sneaking out of work. Right. Okay. Next case, Frank Sterling. Frank Sterling served more than 17 years in the New York prison system before DNA testing was obtained by the Innocence Project. His exoneration happened in 2010. He voluntarily submitted to multiple interviews with the police, denying any involvement in the murder, clearing his whereabouts the day in question. Sterling had an airtight alibi. Numerous coworkers testified he was at work as a bus aide at the time of the murder. By the way, the first case I just mentioned, Michael Morton, was in Travis County, Texas. Who would have thought? Okay.
What year?
1986.
Oh, okay. So we're talking about Rodney Reed era.
Yep.
There's a good explanation for that, but we'll get into that on a later episode.
Okay, and
So
last one.
basically, had DNA not been a come up, then they would still be sitting in prison because their alibis
Yep.
weren't believed. And you know what's interesting too about alibis, and I thought about this when we were hearing different alibis, like the way you could have multiple witnesses. Let's say that my ex-husband's here and my mom's here and my child's here. And all of them say, she was here all night. We were up, we were doing this. I went up to get a drink and I, heard her snoring or whatever. They can still say these people all have a reason to lie for her because they're connected to her. And they can totally put the kibosh to it. So it's just, when people say if so-and-so has an alibi, then they should just say it and then they would be out of trouble. It's like, really doesn't work that way.
They'll
It
still
worked that way
question
for
it.
Brad Holder.
Well,
They didn't ask any of his coworkers
yeah.
if they saw him.
They didn't get the video either. They just took
Well, I
somebody's
don't know
word
if they
for it
had
that
it
he
that
would
far
be
after
on
the fact.
video.
Wait,
How long did they keep the video though? Because they didn't go check until April, and they're asking for February. I know as far as I know, some landfills, because their landfills actually do keep it longer, but I don't know that they keep it months longer than usual. So I don't know that there was any footage left at that point.
well,
to
and he was
even
also
check.
already cleared. So why were they going and
I don't even think they
getting that stuff?
tried. I think
Well, because
Catastrophe
nobody
Night, like,
actually
called.
did any work to clear him with first. They just vibe checked him.
But
because
what
he said he
made
was
them
at work.
was it because they kept getting tips that they were like,
No,
maybe we
on
should
the-
go like,
It was because Liggett cleared him on the 1st, which is the same day that Turco's report is dated. And Holman was running around telling everybody that this report ruled out that angle. So they just started ruling those people out. But I didn't know till semi-recently, until Fiend mentioned it on one of his posts. The Rogers guy is friends with Westfall and Holder, the guy who cleared him from Pulaski. That is crazy to me. And if you read his notes closely from the filings, he's like, oh yeah, we got work records that show he was at work. Like some of his words, he says like specific time and date. And then, but then when he's talking about his time card, he could have just included the date and time in that sentence, but he didn't. Like, it bothers me. He's nitpicky.
well, it's like, do you have all the data? It's just like these recent hearings when they didn't have this information. I'm thinking, you knew where you were coming today.
Yeah.
Where are your reports? How do you not have the exact answer to these questions? But we were just talking about Holder, I don't even remember. I know I was thinking about what made them go back, but you're probably right that they were probably like, oh, well, now that this has passed and it's not a thing anymore, now we can go actually clear these people. But
well, no, it was one day after Ryan Boucher on the 12th, he called Tobe he called Carroll County Sheriff and he talked to Tobe personally and was like, I found all this stuff. He basically was like, here's all the stuff you guys are begging the public for. Tobe said he's been cleared, hung up on him, and Boucher called the police post instead and got Trooper Winters, who at the time didn't know any of that. And he collected all this stuff because that's what they were all supposed to be doing. Tobe didn't even make a record of this. And so after Winters talks to him the next day, he gets this Dropbox and he picks up the phone and he calls Holman and he's like, hey, you guys need to re-interview this dude. I just collected all this. I'm just calling you directly to follow up personally because it's that important to me. Normally they just file stuff and they wait for the next person to check it. But he actually picked up the phone to call Holman and Holman was like, oh, no, he's been cleared. And then the next day they send a sheriff from Pulaski Sheriff's Department who happens to know Brad Holder to go verify his alibi after Tobe figured out that this dude that he hung up on went to the state police. That's why they went to go verify it. Finally. which is crazy. And
But
I think
then
it's
that was I thought Winters was the one that Becky Patty brought up.
that was
Holder.
Purdy.
Oh, well,
I
but
can't.
didn't
I
he-
got them mixed up until I had to untangle the Purdy and the because there's Murphy, Purdy, and Winters that I mixed up for a while. But Purdy is the one who
No,
talked
you're
to
right.
Boucher, and then Purdy is the one who talked to Becky Patty, and then Murphy is the one who worked with Click and Ferenczi.
So that was in May or June.
That was April.
No, I
Oh
mean,
wait, you're talking about. Sorry, yeah, sorry.
when
Yeah,
Becky
you're right.
brought, so like I would be wanting to know like what made her suddenly bring that up specifically, that it was him. And then what else is interesting is like saying that there's no nexus, right? And that, so let's just forget the third party people and just say there's no nexus between Odinism or ritualistic whatevers and the crime scene. If that's true, then with the testimony that we just heard or read or whatever, and of course we don't have it all, but why were they reaching out to Holder not to talk to him about the day of the crime, but to talk to him about Odinism and other like police officers who are also Odinists apparently, and ask them about Odin? What did they need to know about Odinism when they were
Why were
investigating?
They were doing it the same time that they got more tips in about Brad Holder leaving an F on one of the girls and doing a ritualistic murder. And now they're saying that even though they got that tip right before they interviewed him a second time, they had nothing to do with each other, apparently. That's what they're saying now.
Why did they interview him as an expert, basically? What do they call them? They call it like
I don't know, but it is weird.
Subject
It's
matter
very weird.
expert. That's how they interviewed him, as a subject matter expert.
I never got clear on what they were talking. They're like, oh, it wasn't related to the murders. We just wanted to talk to him about stuff.
Like what?
And why are there Odinist police officers now? Like, it was weird enough that there were guards and stuff, but like the one from Indianapolis, which is also where like Click at some point after being with Rushville, when he started doing parole stuff, he was more in the Indianapolis area, but like he would be the only person I would think anybody could ask and get a truthful answer about how common that is. Like, to have an Odinist police officer, like what in the world? I could not believe that when I read that part of the transcript where he's just like, oh yeah, we went to go talk to another officer because he's an Odinist too. Like, oh yeah, my dad's an Odinist. My brother, like, it's weird how common it is, I guess. At least to me.
I know zero. So
I know zero.
I don't know anybody that, I mean, as far, and I live in now I don't. I live in a more public place, but I lived in like a really like smaller than Delphi place.
I live in a fucking trash can.
I want to hear DB finish his. I know.
Oh my gosh! Yes, sorry.
No, it's okay. It's like one versus.
It's okay.
DB got on here with 4 women, and we're like,
you gotta fight a little harder than that to get your.
We're like,
I want you to finish your thought.
He's way too polite.
I'm surprised he
You guys
didn't
hear
just
me?
mute us.
Hey, can you guys hear me? Is this thing on?
Yes.
Yeah, but can you
Great.
keep going in and out like you're rocking back and forth, like so.
Yeah, I have schizophrenia. I was rocking back and forth.
I know.
Can you guys hear me now? Does this sound
Yes,
good? Does this sound okay?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna mute everybody. Okay, last case, 1985. There's a book about this case. It's a beautiful book. It's called The Sun Does Shine. And I've probably recommended it to about 1 million people. So if I've already recommended this book to you, my bad. So Anthony Ray Hinton was accused of 2 murders. He insisted he was at work in a locked-in warehouse from midnight to 6 a.m., punched in, making it impossible for him to commit these crimes. His boss was also his alibi and testified in front of the jury that Anthony was at work. Despite no physical evidence linking him to the crimes, the prosecution relied on flawed ballistic evidence, claiming the bullets matched a revolver found in Hinton's home. A polygraph test, which Hinton passed, was also not able to be admitted as evidence, which is, obviously, we say it's not admissible. because it is prejudicial towards the defendant. And then in 2002, 3 independent experts re-examined the bullets and testified they could not have been conclusively matched to Hinton's gun. The prosecution argued this was consistent with inconclusive findings from the original trial. In 2014, okay, so basically what they said there, and not touched on, I skipped a part, but they said, well, these 3 experts' opinion don't change what could have happened at trial because that's already what the defense witness said. So the defense expert said, so these 3 experts wouldn't have changed anything. Well,
Holy shit.
that science, like they did those tests and it proved that the science was unreliable in the way they matched them, which is very similar to the way they matched this bullet. But in 2014, the United States Supreme Court, that's how far he had to take this, ruled his defense was inadequate due to insufficient resources for expert witnesses. The defense was found to be inadequate because they did not petition the courts for more money for insufficient, or they had insufficient resources to purchase agreements with other ballistics experts. Then resulting in that, his conviction was vacated, but new tests were conducted for the retrial and confirmed the bullets could not be linked to Hinton's gun. After nearly 30 years on Alabama's death row, he was exonerated in 2015.
Oh,
Ladies,
celebration.
take it away.
Fuck. Like, why are there so many stories like this? This is not the exception to the rule. It's so many. So much. Too much.
Well, and that's just what we know. Like,
Oh,
that's not counting people that like didn't do shit and they're like, well, you should probably just take a deal. And they're like, well, I'd rather spend like such and such amount of years in prison than like go to trial and then be stuck forever in prison. So yeah, I guess whatever. Hopefully I live and then I get out while I'm still young. You know what I mean?
Yeah. A lot of people do that because they think, okay, nobody believes me. I don't know how to fight this because I'm just a person. And unless you get some sort of organization or attorney that is just on a white knight streak, like there are so many people who need that kind of help and so few people able to offer it that they end up in a position where like that is the lesser of the 2 evils that is available to them. Like you can't just, once you've been accused, it's already hard. Like the presumption of innocence is like an ideal that we like to talk about, but most people do not actually extend that presumption of innocence to anybody once they're accused. And
well,
so
you have the
it's just
presumption of
hard
innocence.
to come over.
You have the presumption of innocence until you are proven guilty at trial. So these were reversed. So they had to overcome the presumption of guilt.
Right.
That's so frustrating to watch, especially when you know a lot of times they weren't proven guilty, they just were convicted. And there is, unfortunately, there's a huge difference.
And that's assuming that your trial and your pre-trial situation was completely fair.
Yeah.
And things that should have been admitted weren't excluded, and things that should have been excluded weren't admitted. And you got hearings for things you should have gotten hearings about, and you got rulings on motions that any other judge would have ruled in your favor on. That's assuming all of those things. Judge Gull had a conviction that went to the Court of Appeals and Supreme Court and was overturned, and they remanded for a new trial because of stupid shit she did that is 1/1,000,000th of the stupid shit she's done in this Delphi case.
Yeah.
In that case, the only thing she did wrong, really, that overturned the conviction, ultimately, a conviction for child molestation, by the way, where and reading all of the documents and evidence and things, like, this guy was probably actually guilty. Like, he probably really was guilty, but she broke so many fucking rules
hmm
in his proceedings that it was overturned, and the state just kind of opted not to sink a bunch of money in it for a second time, so he was freed.
Is this a different one from the one that she had overturned where she like refused to give them a continuance when the prosecutor brought?
Yeah, no, it's that one. There's been some
Ah.
other things that have been brought into question a lot, but this was a big one, and it was like only like 2 years ago that it was overturned. But yeah, the day before trial,
Yeah.
the prosecutor came with like a shitload of new evidence, like interviews with their star witness, and the defense was like, we need time to review this because this completely negated our defense strategy. Everything in this interview totally negated what we were going to present at trial. So we
And it
need
had new accusations, and she's
new
still.
accusations, new evidence, and they were like, as any defense attorney should do, even in the face of this is very problematic and damning for my client,
Mhm.
it is still my fucking job to put on a strong defense for him. So in the event he gets convicted, it is ironclad and nothing can overturn that.
They asked for 24 hours.
Yeah, and she said no. And they're like, can you give us a day? Can you give us one fucking day to review this and regroup and re-strategize so we can present a proper defense of this man? And she was like, nah, you can do it on your lunch break.
Unbelievable.
And he got convicted, and it was fucking overturned, not re-prosecuted, and he's free, and he's probably a fucking child molester.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you don't, like, all the people out there who are so convinced of Rick's guilt, great, fucking good for you. It's dumb as fuck, but good for you.
You
That's
should also be
fine.
upset.
You should also be as upset, if not more than me,
Mhm.
because God forbid he gets convicted and doesn't die within the first 48 hours of going back to prison, and this makes it to appeal. It's getting appealed 8,000 different ways, and it's getting overturned 8,000 different ways. Facts. Absolute
For sure.
facts.
Like a trial is happening again at some point, just simply based off of the things she's already done. Like, let's forget even anything that might happen at this trial, but the things that she's already done. See, I think though people think that it doesn't matter because he'll probably die before it does get overturned. Do you know what I mean?
Maybe. Like, I personally would like to actually know who's responsible for this crime.
Same.
Personally, that's the most important thing for me.
That was
Okay,
my
well, they're
biggest
never going to
thing.
go look for that person ever
No,
because they have
they're-
already closed ranks behind him. It will take, some sort of like undeniable something that we can't get because it doesn't exist. But like, they're never going to look for him either way. They will go to their graves insisting it was him, even if he is proven innocent. They'll still say it was some sort of technicality.
Yep. It'll take like a LISC style takeover by a different agency to make any headway on this crime.
I love it when a technicality sets somebody free, you know, like when
their
somebody gets
innocence.
arrested or charged and
that's so
all
cool.
the evidence are not able to be presented at trial because of a technicality, like it was obtained illegally without a search warrant.
Well, so I guess people don't understand that like certain things happen as like a punishment for them doing the wrong thing. So like if law enforcement, so when we're talking about like the whole Frank's memo.
Yeah, which one?
Well, so the first one. So it's funny because I haven't been able to figure out why she would force them to do a Frank's memo, knowing how detailed it has to be, right? Force them to write it, knowing she was going to deny it. And
Like
it's denied it
four
times,
yeah.
4 or 5 times now. So I can't help but wonder, like, what was the whole point of that?
And she told the temp attorneys that if they wished to pursue it, to refile it, and she
And they
would
would
grant
strike
them a hearing.
Yeah.
She
so
wouldn't do the
What the
suppression
fuck?
hearing until they filed a Franks either.
correct.
Like she wouldn't even. They filed for one, and she was like, "No, you got to do a Franks first, and then before I'll even reset the hearing." Like it was continued indefinitely, and she wouldn't even reset it until they filed the Franks.
And they
But
took their
people get-
sweet ass time, like making that thing
Yeah.
as insane and like internet breaking as possible. Like here is everything we know thus far, and it was bad. It was super bad.
Because
And
it's a high threshold they have to meet, and like
they blew past it, in my opinion.
I in my opinion too.
Well,
and
also, Holman didn't even get some of the discovery. Even once it was out, he still was running around, not going to pick up discovery that defense should have because she hadn't ruled on this motion yet. And somebody contacted Click saying, "We've got a phone that is of interest to you after we saw this Franks memo. You need to get this phone." So Click called Holman and said, "You need to go get this phone. It is very important. There's actual evidence on it. We believe it's very significant." And Holman was like, "Yeah, for sure. I'm going to go pick it up." And then when Click followed up with this person 2 weeks later to make sure somebody came to get it, she said no. So Click called Alvy. I think that one's Rosie's guy, but they went and picked it up because Click was trying to make sure they didn't commit discovery violations, and Holman was trying to commit discovery violations. But even after she asked them to file it, the state was still not doing what they needed to do in order for them to be able to follow through on that. I think it's crazy that that didn't bother the judge or the state, and then there was no repercussions for that. Everybody's just skips right past it.
It's nuts. A lot of times I go back trying to find something or reference something in my Google Drive with all the documents, and I'll in my searching trying to find what I'm looking for, I'll pull up a different document and I'll just kind of glaze over it real quick to confirm it's not the right document, but then I get stuck reading it, things from 6 months ago or 8 months ago. And I'm like, holy shit. Like I just trauma blocked this entire filing out because so many other things happened since then. Like so many of these filings are insane.
They're very dense with details.
Insane. They're so insane. And the fact that either a hearing was never granted on them and they were just denied outright 5 months later. It's mind-blowing. It's absolutely mind-blowing.
People always say stuff like, the defense didn't show any evidence for, A, B, and C that they said in this filing. And it's like, well, because they literally never got a hearing or an opportunity to do that because she just denies it. And then it's like, it's never happened. So, and then they'll do like a more detailed filing to try to put a little bit more information in, but like you can't hear from an expert. So like when they're writing things about, let's say, geofencing, where they would have someone that's an expert in that field to testify to that at a hearing, a pretrial hearing, they can't do that because they have just this filing where they're saying, if you were to grant us a hearing, then we could explain this better. And I think that there has been one of the most like shocking things to me has been the multiple examples of, if we're just going to say discovery violations, then we'll go ahead and just use that as like a whole. But there's so many outright, blatant, in your face discovery violations and lies. For instance, how is there no repercussions for saying we have no idea who this, professor, whoever is, or if we're able to find him or she or her, we have no clue. We might never be able, and then like already knowing that they had already discussed this and Holman already knew who it was. You're not going to tell me that Holman knew who he was and didn't let Nick know that he knew who he was.
And then the judge after that, after all that putting on the record, putting in print on the case file, the court finds police officers did not lie or
that's just
or
crazy.
Or tried it.
Holman
with
put it
no
in his own
hearing
report.
held to determine that.
He didn't turn his report over though until 2024. Holman is the one. He is the source that said the Purdue police called me contacted me on August 12th, and no later than a few days other law enforcement agencies confirmed the professor's identity, and he even noted that he took possession of the Purdue report. And then, like, he put this in his own report on September 22nd, after he interviewed Turco on the 19th. And as late as September 6th or 8th, Nick was saying they may not be able to find him. And then defense still had to ask for the report as late as October. Even though they had been asking for it since August, they had to specifically ask for it in October. And the only reason they were able to call Nick's bluff is because they called the professor by name, because they found that audio that was turned over without Holman's narrative report and without any labeling to indicate who it was for. I don't know how, like, I get, my blood boils when I reread that little chain of events. And the fact that Gull said they didn't do anything wrong and there's nothing of concern here. Like, there are a lot of things wrong according to the law and rules and all the stuff that they are constantly reaming the defense for. That one, how do they get by with that? I don't. And she's just smoothed it right over.
I was doing what Courtney said she does, like going through. I was looking for something else for somebody. I was like gathering a bunch of different documents, and then like I started reading, and then I like randomly send the document in the chat and like a screenshot, and they're like, "What the what?" But one of the things that I saw in like one of the multiple motions for contempt and to compel, this was two things that stuck out to me, which I guess it doesn't really. Part of it doesn't really matter because it's excluded, but 21 and 22 of this document, they put Mr. Allen's counsel previously asked multiple times for the prosecution to turn over narrative reports related to phone activity, such as geofencing and pings, and the state of Indiana has continually told the defense that no such reports exist. 22 is then the exculpatory report the defense received on Friday, April 26, 2024, 17 days before trial begins, provides evidence that the victims were not at the crime scene on February 13th, 2017.
Are you fucking insane, dude?
How do they, how?
Oh, they're just lying. They're just liars. They're just making that up.
I read that and I was like, as a judge, I would be like, first of all, what the fuck are you doing handing over things that you had in 2017 over 17 days before trial? Because there's no way you didn't have geofencing and pings.
They did that same thing right before they were deposing the experts for that information.
Oh, that was the other thing. They need to redepose them. That costs more money.
Yeah. As early as February, they started asking for their geolocation expert's name. And Nick was like, oh, well, we don't have any information on that for like a month. And then he kind of bullshitted them until a week before the deposition was scheduled. He gave them 4 names, and he would not tell defense which one of the 4 people was their expert until a week before. And then he still would not turn over the information they had been asking for since June of 2023, specifically asking for very specific things. Nick did not turn over. He turned over like 2 or 3 pages.
He gave it to them at the deposition.
Right before, like minutes before, like they were all entering the room and getting ready to set up, and he just rushed it over and handed it to him.
It's the same thing with the February 17th Brad Holder interview at the police station.
Oh, can we talk about that for a second?
They asked for it in the Franks memo. They called it out in the Franks memo that they had been asking for it. That was September 18th. It wasn't until late January or whenever, when they were back on the case, which is 4 or 5 months later, after they made a big call out about it in the Franks memo, that Nick finally tells them, oh, you're not going to believe this. We actually accidentally deleted all of our interview videos from February 14th to the 19th.
But they knew about that in 2017.
Of course they
Mullen
did.
said he knew about it in 2017.
Where it happened.
Yes.
It happened 2 separate times. Mullen discovered
One time
one
was just
instance.
audio.
He discovered that stuff was messed up in August, and then he reached out to ISP to like figure it out, and then he had to contact them again in September. It happened again after They discovered it once. They didn't fix the problem or something in the meantime. And it happened with another batch because like each DVR has different hard drives to store certain, like it's not like one hard drive that stores 6 gabillion whatever. It's like a bunch of smaller ones that hold a few things. So like that's why there were certain time frames that were messed with.
I'm gonna drag. I probably
it happened
you probably will not
twice.
agree, but I've been saying I'm gonna drag my husband on here to explain something because he doesn't like follow this craze or like what I'm doing. He's probably like he's definitely not watching this right now. Like
Same.
he's not like all into this. And every now and then he gets me talking, and I'll just like start pacing around the living room and yelling about stuff.
But he doesn't.
And I always regrets
and
asking.
he's like, But yeah, just a few nights ago, actually, I pulled up the Mullins testimony from, I don't know, I guess like the hearing last June or whenever, motion to compel or like whatever hearing
motion
it was.
to dismiss.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I pulled that up and like I read him Mullins's like account of what happened to this lost video footage and the lost audio. He lost his fucking shit. Now, my husband is a techie guy. Like he understands, like he works in tech. He like when I read him those exact words, I mean, he almost broke everything. He was like, that's not a fucking thing. He's like, it reformatted the hard drive. That's not a fucking thing. I can't explain it like he did, but he about lost his shit. And he was like, they need to subpoena this company, the WSI Tech or the iRecord, this company that owns the software that the police, like this company develops, sells, manufacturers DVR video recording setups specifically for police stations, courtrooms. They understand how important like
Not losing all of that video.
like preserving it, and like the fact that they're saying it could have been a power surge that reformatted the hard drive and removed the audio files. Like he was about to lose his fucking shit. And I even pulled up the company's website and he looks through it and he's like, right here, they can get a fucking audit log. There's something called an audit log. It will show every time any user, whether like remotely or locally, like logged in and made any fucking change to any single thing on this program.
They don't have to get that from China?
No,
he
that's
goes,
what I
what
was
are they
about
going to China for? I said that.
Chinese software. Was that DB? Is that on the spreadsheet?
I have it.
Did they account for the Chinese
I'm looking
software?
at it. Well, it doesn't say the name. Mullen contacted Bunner, who did the phone extractions in 2017. He works for ISP. They were looking for recovery software, but they couldn't. They had to go through ISP because local agencies are not able to purchase it directly. And so it's something that ISP would have had to obtain for them, and they would have done it. So they wouldn't have even gone through that company. It would have been something. Hang on, I'm looking for
they
the other
should have
one.
had somebody from that company at that hearing is what they should have had.
For sure.
They should have had somebody
Well,
from
they
that
didn't,
company
though.
explaining how their fucking product works and what fail safes are in place in case of a lightning storm and a power outage.
You have to remember they were moving
the most valuable information you have. And God forbid any of these cops actually like hand wrote important information or documented even who they interviewed and what time they interviewed them and where they interviewed them and any important information they said. No, it was just all like in this magical DVR that reformats itself in a lightning storm.
Well, they discovered it in 2017, but didn't even try to look until 2018. I think it had been used since then. Well, probably so. But like he didn't send the email even asking for the software until February of 2018, even though he discovered it like 6 months earlier. So I don't know. I mean, they probably still should have. But at this point, they were beyond like a regular like extraction analysis thing because it had been continuing. It was still used. And so they just pulled the hard drives that were corrupted out and sent them to ISP. They sent them to ISP, and there's been that's where the trail of what happened next stopped.
The
What even
defense-
was that, Angela, that you just had up? Was that when they were moving? Because I have a inkling that they.
Oh my god.
Remember when he said like somebody like unplugged it? Maybe somebody unplugged it. I was
Yeah,
looking like
and it
they were
wiped it.
moving. They
Why is
moved.
it in all caps?
Stop it. They moved to a different office. And I'm like, okay, so like, was it you? Like, did you unplug it and then try to plug it back in at the new office and like lost everything that was on it?
That doesn't wipe a hard drive.
Yeah. Yeah. They said.
And it doesn't just remove the audio from a hard drive. That would be like.
But they said it was recorded over. How do you record over but not have new audio?
Because
Or
there were
lose
two
the video,
separate
too.
little hard drives. Like, you know, in a computer, if you have RAM, you can have like two, like, there's more than one little slot for different amounts of RAM. Like in these DVRs, there's more than one little
One
hard
per
drive that
sound?
holds, like,
Hello.
If
well,
any of this is true, this is the
there was
most
something different that
unreliable
happened to each
bullshit
one.
software, and no police station should ever have it. Like, I even tried to like rage tweet at this company and like tag them in it, like, "Hey, yo, Delphi police are lying on you. Like, they're saying your equipment fucking sucks."
Who the fuck is this?
Technolo.
Technolo, guys.
GIES. Tech. Is this a fucking
picture.
crossword, dude? Oh no, it's a word search.
This is a
I
good
feel
thing,
like
by the way.
the
I
product
feel-
is probably okay, and it probably doesn't work anything like Mullins said it does, is my guess. But the defense could actually subpoena this company. They could subpoena the audit logs for all the users and the license that the Delphi Police Department holds. They could talk to
Not if it wasn't backed
not
up.
a salesman, not a sales dude like Mullins talked to for all the techie specs. They could talk to the actual manufacturer to understand how the product works and how the system works and what happens if this happens and what happens if that. Is this not cloud-based in any way? Like,
well, they didn't, I don't think they were backing anything up. That was
But
the other
why?
problem.
But it should back up on its own. Like it should already like
I don't think they
this-
set it up to do that. Like, I don't know. I'm not saying that's normal or that it's okay. Like, I'm not saying that to like justify. I'm saying, yeah, you would think, but they didn't. Like,
their explanation was that the light got left on or whatever, which is absurd because if
maybe
it's a
that
big
was some
blue light, somebody
speculating.
just saw it.
Well, when
Yeah.
I was in the Air Force, I would never even like that.
Oh my god.
I just don't see not noticing for 600 hours or whatever that a fucking blue light is still on in the hallway that's not supposed to be on. That
So
doesn't make
they
any sense.
didn't. Nobody wanted to review an
Up until
For the
Right.
reports?
That's what they said they were doing. That's the other thing. They were insisting as early as March, the first time, they did it several times, that they were going back to the beginning to reevaluate every single person they ever interviewed.
we
in case
lost
they
the
missed
first
something.
48, but whatever. Let's go back
Yeah.
to the
They're
beginning.
so full of shit.
Which means that the managers and the supervisors of those investigators weren't even listening to the interviews themselves.
No,
They took
not at all.
the investigators'
That's what
word
I just
for
said.
what
For
was said.
everything.
They're not looking at anything. They're not reviewing anything. They're not even curious.
Nope.
Like,
Apparently not.
And these
This
guys
is why-
keep getting promoted. They just keep getting promotions and better jobs and better titles for their outstanding work. Like, this
How do you know?
This isn't even dropping the ball. I mean, this is a fatal error. This is the most important thing 100 police agencies will ever be responsible for handling.
How did someone figure out that all of that interview, audio, video, whatever, was totally gone and like not get fucking fired?
They get promoted.
Because they were the
I've
police.
seen
chief.
people do way
Well-
less and be fired on the spot.
Because Nick needed a new investigator. That's how Mullen didn't get fired.
Really
Nick hired him.
trustworthy guy. Like, that's exactly. I don't want him investigating what like the smell is in my closet. First of all, like, I don't want him investigating anything
what?
for me.
This is
Just
why
saying.
this is a problem. So I was reviewing, I forget why. There probably was no. I need one of Fiend that says, what does he say that I like?
This is the whole fucking shit. You don't know fucking anything. You're a fucking
Yeah.
idiot, dude.
Poor Fiend.
No, I fucking love it, dude.
DB, I need you to
Dude.
make one of something I sent you the other day.
Which one? I'll make it right now. Tell me.
I'll
Which one?
send it
Go
to
ahead.
you. I'll send it to
Okay.
you again.
Yes, ma'am.
I need a soundboard
Yeah, by
with
the
me
way-
saying sure, like McClelland.
Okay.
But
I'll make it right
so
now.
I don't remember why I was doing this, but I was. And so I was reviewing like various different things. So something that bothers me about all of this is not only do they not have, like, let's just use Brad Holder's interviews as an example. Not only do they not have them, but on top of that, Brad Holder says things happened and were said that the police are now saying never happened and were never said. So for instance, Brad Holder said that he turned over his phone and it was at the same time that he turned over his son's phone. Well, according to the testimony, that's not when his son's phone was turned over. In fact, it was like 30 minutes after the girls were found at the high school where his phone was taken. Logan, is it Logan?
Yeah.
Logan's phone was taken at the high school and he wasn't even there. The mom signed for it and said that they could go ahead and take the phone. So why is he lying, I guess, saying that both of the phone, him and his son's phone, were turned over at the police station on the 17th when really it was the 14th and the kid's phone was turned over at the high school. And it's like, now we can't go back because Brad Holder says that he gave you guys his phone. You guys are saying he never did. So did he never give it to you, or did he give it to you and then you guys lost it wherever that extraction is because now we can't get it back? And there was another thing about, what they asked him. He said that they asked about the girls and Patrick Westfall. And in that recent hearing, they said, we never asked him about any of that. We were basically talking to him about Odinism. And they're
Your
like,
word against mine.
Those
Yeah,
were
they're
two
like-
different. They were referring to two different interviews, but that when I went back through Purdy's transcript recently, looking at this specific stuff, I started getting real frustrated because he was saying stuff like, well, I think it was Baldwin that was questioning him, but Baldwin was like, so if we were to ask you, like, you don't remember asking questions about Patrick Westfall? Like, they did ask him this stuff, but Purdy was changing his testimony. He
he was
testified
like, I
twice
think
at
he
these
mentioned
hearings.
Patrick Westfall. He
No,
said,
he said he didn't. He was like, nope, we didn't ask him about that either. It was just Odinism. It was just just exploratory to learn more. And you could tell that defense was asking questions that came from Holder and Westfall's depositions and interviews, because they did ask them questions. Both Holder and Westfall said they did. And now Purdy is on the stand changing his testimony to call them liars, basically.
well, now, did Patrick Westfall say something else? Because originally when I heard him speak, he said that in 2017, they didn't ask him shit about the murders, that they basically just went to him and was asking questions because his kid was in the same class or knew the girls or whatever, and that was it. But that when they went back in 2023, they were like, have you ever stabbed anybody? Have you ever,
Off the wall
organized
questions.
a stabbing of somebody?
Yeah.
Have you ever organized or participated in the conspiracy to stab?
Mm-mm. In real life,
thought
or like
about
in
it.
a DM, or like in my
Yeah.
dream?
Check my messages. It might be in there somewhere.
It was Holder in Holder's August 30th interview. They didn't ask him any of the questions that Amber Holder told Ferenczi, Click, and Murphy. They didn't. It was like a
In
cleanup
2023.
interview. In 2023, they did not ask him. They didn't take his phone. They didn't ask him any questions. And then in August 17th, when police re-interviewed Westfall, they did take his phone and they asked him all kinds of crazy questions.
Right.
And I'm assuming that's the same month that there were search warrants prepared for Westfall and Holder's phones that were never executed, probably because Westfall went ahead and turned his over, and they
With 4
were,
days of data.
well, yeah, but still, they were like, okay, it was enough to, it was a cleanup interview though. So like, they weren't trying to find anything out. They were trying to cover their asses, but they didn't even, at that point though, they didn't even ask Holder for stuff. And I don't know if that's because they had just met with Click. He had just given them a summary of all of their whole investigation, showed them everything. And so when they were talking to Holder, they didn't want to have anything that corroborated anything Click just told them, because they had spent the last however many years ignoring all of it.
But why not care about Patrick, though?
Well, because they had already interviewed Patrick before they talked to Click and realized how much shit they were in. Does that make sense? Like, because Holman had been running around explaining everything away to everybody. And then when Click meets with Holman and Vito, after they met with Patrick, they were like, well, now we're fucked. Because that was also, that's the only, Click is the only thing that changed in between Westfall and Holder's interviews, is Click provided, and he brought in like the audio and stuff. So it was no longer just one officer's word against another. Click brought in his whole like dossier on all the stuff. He had the audio from their interviews. He had all of their reports. He had cell phones. He had search warrants from like Johnny Messer's phone and all kinds of stuff. So
What
like,
day-
I assume they were like, fuck.
What day was he cleared again? Was it like March 3rd or something like that? It was like the first couple days in March, Brad Holder.
It was March 1st.
Was it March 1st?
Yeah.
So the reason that's why that's like super interesting. So not only was he cleared when they didn't have his work logs, but also like the day before that, he decided he wasn't going to go to work because he wasn't feeling it. And then like on that day, he bought a new car, got a whole new different truck.
Yep.
He got a new phone. He put down his dog of like 15 years or whatever it was. Just really strange how somebody could be in the middle of doing all the things that the FBI said that people should be phoning other people in for, and they clear him at that time. So that's really strange. And, I'm not saying that Brad Holder did it. I really don't know. What I do know is that when Richard Allen was charged with the felony murder, I got really upset because I'm like, literally all they have to do is prove to a jury that like he was on the bridge and told them to get the fuck off the bridge. Whether he kept going with them or he turned around and then went home, like it doesn't even matter because he's going to jail.
Yeah.
Or prison. So my whole thing with that was that's not good enough for me, because I want to know who literally had 2 children in their hands and ended their lives. That's what I want to know. I don't care about the person on the bridge that said to go down the hill. I care about the person that put someone's 2 children in their hands and took their lives away. So my thing is I'm uncomfortable with the level or not level of thoroughness, the very limited level of thoroughness that was put into actually checking and clearing these people. That like, even if they show me in a trial or tomorrow that Richard Allen had some part in this and did something, like I'm still not going to be okay with how I feel in my gut about these like other people. What is happening? What the fuck was that? That was not DB.
Wait, what?
That was not DB.
Wait, what was that? Is my camera? Oh my god!
What an idiot! There's no way that was DB. Was that DB? It could totally be like a famous person. I would never know. I don't pay attention.
Same.
To anything, but I saw that.
That's hilarious.
Lord, I don't even remember like what I was. Oh, I'm just not okay with. I am uncomfortable. I am uncomfortable with the way that they didn't do anything. Like,
well, in March, remember Tony Slocum was given. I don't remember if it was like one of those more informal things where someone caught him coming out of the building and were asking him, but he made a big deal about how in March their main goal, they thought like their strategy was to clear as many people as possible, because they were getting so many tips that they were like, okay, we've got to start clearing people now so that we can actually start narrowing down and zeroing in on an actual suspect. And so they were in clear everybody mode in March of 2017. That was their focus, was clearing all of the tips of well-meaning people who they just needed to clear this person. And that, I mean, they were ramping that up specifically in March, but then mid-March, they started reevaluating them. Supposedly, this is obviously a spokesperson statement, not, it doesn't mean they actually were doing this. But then, you know, mid-March, they said they were going back to the beginning to make sure they didn't accidentally clear somebody like wrongly or miss something. Like,
And they
they
picked Richard
literally were
Allen?
saying, that's my problem with them saying that this tip got lost and overlooked or whatever, because they had and they didn't just have a task force at this point. They had on-site analysts who go through this information, like actual nerds on site, who they do this, they're specialized, they're good at what they do. They missed it too, but somehow Liggett found it 5 years later. And if it was not where it was supposed to be, where did they find it? Like, if it got sent somewhere it wasn't supposed to be, then how did it get found? Like, why was Liggett looking somewhere it shouldn't have been if that's where he found it? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, all of these things, it's not even that they weren't thorough. Like, 1 minute they're saying we're clearing people, then they're saying no, nobody's actually cleared, and we're reevaluating all this stuff. But while we were doing all this thorough stuff, we missed the guy who apparently, like, if you believe the state, they didn't have a clue for 5 years until the CVS manager showed up and explained it to them. But they missed it the first time. Like, the way they responded in 2022 is how they should have responded in 2017, but they didn't. They forgot about him. What is the difference? Like, that's the stuff that bothers me, because like they're not thorough, and they're also not clear about any of it. Like, did they clear him or not? Did they vibe check him? Did they actually go check? Like, how they won't clarify anything.
Well, like, even if you cleared somebody, like, okay, so like you clear somebody, if that's really what you want to call it. Because again, I feel really uncomfortable with even something as simple as what was happening like in his life when Liggett decided, or Holman, whoever it was, decided to say, okay, he's cleared. Because there was like weird shit happening. So like, I don't know how I feel about that. And like well, never mind. There's a lot of things I could say. I really heavily disagree with the fact that there's no nexus. I think everyone can agree there's a nexus about like the crime scene and Odinism, like, but I really have to disagree about some of the people in particular having no nexus. And it's quite frustrating. But if you clear someone and people keep tipping this person in, like, I want to know how many tips were of Richard Allen. What if it's 0? What if there was not a single tip about Richard Allen?
I have a feeling if there were a single tip about Richard Allen,
it would have been in the PCA.
They'd be blasting it from.
We would have not stopped hearing about it.
We wouldn't have heard about the Dan Doolin. Well, we probably would have, because like, let's be real. Say you're going back through and you're like, okay, let's go back to number 1, tip number 1, the first person. And you're like, oh, this man said that he was there. Like, did we talk to this person? Maybe we should go talk to this person, like, before anybody else, because that person actually said they were there. But he said he saw 3 girls, right? And in the tip narrative, it said, who are these 3 girls? So meaning back then, when this was written, they didn't know who the 3 girls were. I don't know how we're trying to make 3 girls be 4 girls rather than what?
We're trying to make someone who was there earlier in the day someone who was there later in the day. That's what they have been doing.
But what are they going to do? There is no way, unless they're willing to lie, unless they're just straight up willing.
They have been.
No, I mean the witnesses, unless they are willing to straight up, like, if they're going to be put on the stand, I can't see any way that they would say, like, nowhere has the state put in that they say that the person they saw was Richard Allen. And they would know him.
Yes, but at the same time, they are going to, if they are, like, when someone makes you doubt your own memory, you're no longer useful as a witness. And they have done that. Like, at one point, they were saying they lost faith in some of the witnesses when they were trying to go in the new direction. Then there was a time where they were like, okay, those witnesses we lost faith in, now we've restored our faith in them. So there's already a weird dynamic with their own witnesses. And the fact that Betsy Blair had to come back in March of 2019 and say, I did not see this person. I saw a younger person, and was like clarifying on what kind of car she saw even. Like, I don't know that this would be a simple case of can just put those, I don't know that those witnesses would help either side or hurt either side. I just know that there have been tensions between the witnesses and law enforcement because law enforcement has spoken for them and they all said something different. So like there's weird, like it's different with each witness. Like it's an awkward situation with all of their own witnesses because of the games they were playing at these press conferences.
Well, like Bree was
That's
there.
a weird one.
It's a super fucking weird one. It's a really suspicious one. If you don't think it's a really suspicious one, then you're not paying attention because she was there that day. She was there that evening with Kelsey at the police department, yet somehow no one knew for 3 years. It took 3 years for her to say she was there. And oh, by the way, I also have a timestamped photo of when I was there 3 years ago.
Yeah, well, my theory about that is Cecil was doing the second phone extraction at the end of like November 2019, and they were doing the geofence warrants in November of 2019. And for the next month or so, like that is the only, when I was going through my all my docs and my little timelines and stuff, the only thing leading up to Bree coming back in 2020 was the phone extractions and the geofence warrants from Google. I'm like, is that how they found her? Is she one of those phones?
I mean,
Like,
maybe, but maybe also she just was like something had to have happened. Like, it's just so bizarre to me that she was there that night and didn't think to say to anyone, by the way, I was there today.
Or they ignored her because there were some witnesses that were ignored. That they did turn stuff in and they were turned away or ignored or dismissed or made to feel crazy. And there's like, we don't know how many of those people got that kind of treatment, but like with Ryan Boucher, they turned Ryan Boucher away. I mean, Tobe hung up on him. So like, there's no telling how many other people did this. And I'm not saying like, I mean, it's her whole storyline is weird. And I don't know if it's weird because she didn't say anything or because law enforcement didn't act on it. That's the kind of stuff that bothers me because I don't know which one of those it is. And there's no world where law enforcement's going to fess up to it. If it was, like, I know they'll throw her under the bus if they have to, but that won't give us an answer about which one it was. That's the kind of stuff, like when you really get into it, it's even bigger. Like it's weird on its own, but then it's even worse once you start trying to figure it out. I guess is the only way to put it. It's frustrating. I don't know why the only thing I know that happened before she came in was those phone extractions and the geofence warrants. No clue if that played any part or why else it would have taken that long. It's weird.
I'm just not satisfied.
Same.
I'm just unsatisfied. I don't like, again, I don't even, if he's guilty, if Richard Allen is guilty, I hope he's guilty. I hope that of all this, like, I really hope that he is, but like, I'm still really unhappy about it and I'm not impressed and I'm very unsatisfied in terms of, feeling like all people capable of even thinking up something like this and the ones that are capable of carrying it out, like those are people that I don't want walking around like where my child's gonna grow up. You know what I mean? Like I don't want people like that walking around this earth at all. So I just don't know how anybody could feel with the way that the investigation, I don't know. I'm very not impressed at all. Now, I've been digging into all the, like, I've been disappearing because I've been throwing myself in all of this Stephen Stearns shit. Like, that dude is a complete piece of actual shit.
Yeah.
I don't like at this point, I don't even know that he killed her. It could have been somebody else. I think he had something to do, but like regardless, he's still an actual piece of shit and he belongs in prison. I feel satisfied with what I'm reading there. And I know that's not all of it, but there's a completeness that's missing here.
Because they
And
weren't
it
trying to
seems like
solve
no one
it.
cares.
They were trying to close the case. They were not trying to ever solve it. They are not prepared to, I mean, they had all these resources at their disposal and they did more turning it away than they did using it. And I don't know why, but like they were not, the people who were actually trying to solve it are the ones who were pushed out.
Well, do you think like what made that, like, is it late? Was it laziness? Like when they had all of this information, something as simple as, okay, we have these other police officers who did all of this work and got probable cause from a judge. Like that's most of our work. All we got to do is go show up and like tear shit up and then collect things and bring it back. That's literally all we have to do. So like, why wasn't it done? Like, is it pure laziness? Or
That's a
is
question for Jerry Holman, because he was the one running around explaining away all of it to everybody, even stuff that he supposedly had nothing to do with, like even the Doolin tip getting lost. He was running around explaining it away to people. When Purdy was talking about, he saw the report in 2017. I don't know who gave it to him, but Holman was the one running around explaining to everybody. And then when Click got this phone and got a call, even the superintendent, everybody was being sent to Jerry Holman, and he was explaining away anything that had anything to do with Elvis Fields and Mary Jacobs and all that. Like he just was like, nope, nope, nope. He just like, it's not that, like if they had come with that warrant for anybody but any of those people, he probably would have acted on it. But because they dropped the ball for a year and it took having Mary Jacobs go to her friend, then all of a sudden Holman was the one doing that first interview with Elvis in 2018, and he was like, nope, it's all good, like there's nothing to see here, even though they kept investigating it for the next 2 to 3 years. But Holman, like every trail where you go back to where these warrants died and weren't executed and these tips weren't followed up on, it goes back to Unified Command, obviously, but more times than not, like all of the things that died went back to Liggett, but everything else went back to Holman. He's the one who would have to explain why they didn't follow up on this, and he has yet to do that. He said that the Purdue report was the reason that they stopped following that angle. But then when you read even the introductory paragraph of it, it does not do that. That was their working assumption. And that's what Turco was asked about, was their working assumption that Odinist did this. And he was like, yeah, this is plausible. But they shouldn't have been moving forward or cutting it off just based on this one person's word anyway. They were just consulting an expert for the sake of, like, there were people at some point along the way that were trying to do this stuff. But Holman, every time, is running around telling everybody, there's nothing to see here.
Yeah, but there's still more to, because even after they talked to this professor, they still were seeking out other people that were,
I don't know who.
Well, the Odinist people, like, so they apparently,
the officer and Holder.
Yeah, the officer, whoever, and Brad Holder and whatever. But you know what's really stupid, something really dumb that I hear is, in particular, when people talk about Elvis and they say that he had nothing to do with this and he was cleared and this and that. So 2 things that make that really fucking stupid. Number 1 is that the last, like, recorded, and by recorded, I mean like on a piece of paper, thing that they put about Elvis was that he smartly got a lawyer, and officer whoever the fuck spoke to the lawyer and said that they needed him to take a polygraph test, and she smartly said absolutely not. And this officer said, if he doesn't do the polygraph test, then we're never going to be able to rule him out as a suspect or a witness. And they were basically like, okay, whatever. And then they hung up and said that he was cleared. Okay.
It was Jay Harper.
Okay, that's a big problem because
Jay Harper, it was Jill Gonzalez was the attorney, and he was
Yes.
hired. She was hired by Ned Smith, and she called and spoke to Jay Harper of Unified Command.
Okay, so everyone that says that he was cleared and had an alibi, I would like to know exactly what the fuck that was. What's the alibi?
The last handwritten notes were in October because with his other sister that he confessed to, which is crazy to even say that. But handwritten notes scribbled on a supplemental report for her, and she wasn't interviewed until October. But this was her third interview. Apparently she had denied it twice before, but on the third interview she's like, okay, yes, this is what he did, this is the date he confessed it to me. But on that report for her talking about all that stuff, they had obtained somebody's phone records, and it said that all three suspects on the Elvis Field side with Ned and Rod, their phone records show
they weren't at the hospital.
They weren't at the hospital, and defense is still trying to get those phone records that Murphy and Click were able to get, and I guess Click turned them all over, but now the state is not turning them back over. And I don't know.
So his alibi was a lie. So where was he? How was he cleared?
Well, his phone, Elvis's phone, was at home all day for 9 hours. It wasn't touched. It wasn't accessed. It wasn't opened. It didn't move. And he told the officers, though, that he had his phone with him in Muncie.
Right.
Nobody knows where he is because nobody followed up on it, because they just took at least Holman was telling everybody he was cleared, that it checked out. And these other investigators were running around actually investigating it and they either didn't know that, or that's just a story we haven't heard yet.
That dude has so many Facebook profiles that you're not going to tell me that a single day goes by he's not piddling on that phone.
Well, also, I mean, I think it was whoever was in February. I don't remember if it was Rod or Ned, but when they interviewed the friend and roommate of Elvis that lived with Johnny Messer's uncle, when they were talking to him, that dude was telling the Rushville investigators that Elvis was talking to 12 and 13 and 14-year-old girls on the internet.
100%.
And he was talking about inappropriate things.
Have you seen his Facebooks?
Yeah.
Somebody's aunt was on there, like, leave them alone. Like, so-and-so is my niece or whatever, and she's only this old. Like, leave them alone. Don't contact them anymore. Like, does nobody have a problem with that?
Guess not. Which is weird.
Look at how they treated Kagan for 3 years. They obviously don't. They don't. Yeah, I don't know. It's like they don't. Well, and it's another thing. It's also so they talk about like, oh well, through the Delphi case and investigating, we've solved this many other crimes and made this many arrests. Okay, well, Ron Logan was a felon with over 150 firearms. Not a single charge for possession of a firearm by a felon will you find. Elvis Fields is I don't know what he's soliciting, but he's having inappropriate communication with minors, like provably. You've got Kagan Klein literally soliciting and disseminating CSAM, and they leave him to continue offending for 3 years. Like, what the they're not just not investigating Delphi. They're literally not doing fucking anything.
Well, so also, one of Libby and Abby's classmates I don't know if it was in the last year or two, after graduating, he was like substitute teaching and doing stuff with children literally inside Delphi, and Nick gave him a plea deal, house arrest. Like, he'll be able to like get it off his record at some point.
Let's talk about the Dropbox.
They don't care. Those kids are on their own in that county.
So let me ask you this. You take all this time and then you announce to everyone that you need to know who has this catfishing, whatever. And thanks to the murder sheet, the whole world got to read an interrogation. Many folks, like, without an understanding of what happens in an interrogation, but that's besides the point.
100%.
But they're talking about like this huge Dropbox, and it's like the biggest, we've uncovered like the largest ring with this Dropbox, and you're sharing it with so-and-so, and these people. Okay. So like, if the catfishing profile was our business, and then
the interrogation became our business, to the point where, like, if we're going to talk about like hurtful things, like the family really thought that man was like the murderer. They thought he was going to be arrested for murder. Instead, they find out that like she was victimized in a different way by this other type of creep, which the odds of coming across like a murderer and a pedophile in the same lifetime in the same week is like, it has to be very low. But like, whatever happened with the Dropbox? Do we not get to hear like what arrests were made based off of who they found on that Dropbox? Or is it just not our business anymore?
I don't know what to make of all of that, because I do know about police interrogations, and it works on innocent people as well as guilty. But this dude was guilty of other stuff, and they were trying to make him guilty of a separate crime because he was guilty of the other stuff. And so some of the stuff he was like, the stuff they were reading off that they found on his devices, I believe that obviously because they were just reading off the descriptions of the different types of files they found on his devices.
Right.
But everything outside of that, like whether or not it was connected to other stuff, you gotta, when you look at the people who are making the claim about what else that was or connected to, I don't know what to make of it.
For instance, in an interrogation, so they're like, so he obviously doesn't have his devices. He doesn't know, like, this is years later, like he doesn't know what all's happening. So they're telling him that he talked to her like that day or whatever. Like you were the last person that talked to her. Okay. That doesn't really mean that that's the last person that talked to her.
They were trying to get him to, they were trying to see
say that he was going to meet with her or whatever. Like not knowing, you'd read that and say, oh my God, like he was the last person to talk to her. He was going to go meet with her. And really it was just that they were trying to see if he was going to admit to having plans.
Kind of like we've got experts that say you're on that audio. They say that's you on that video and audio, and experts say you're that's what they were doing.
Exactly. So he's also a shitbag, but you know, some of those things were not, but if we were brought into that, my question just is are we also like, I'm unimpressed with that as well. Like what happened to the Dropbox? Who the fuck was in that Dropbox? Like
there's no telling.
Here's my thing. Conspiracies, people covering for people or whatever. Usually most people, like if I'm covering for you in the sense that people always think of, you know, why would these law enforcement officers lie to cover for Angela? Well, I'm not lying to cover for Angela. I'm lying to cover for me because I don't want to get in trouble. It just so happens that it benefits Angela also.
Exactly.
It's all self-preservation. So like to say that, you know, all these people couldn't be lying just to cover for so-and-so, because who is that? Like, who are they that's so special? What could they possibly know that would make it worth losing their jobs and their lives? And it's like, no, but like if that person being in trouble would also get me in trouble, then I'm more apt to not really, like, a lot of what we're talking about isn't really covering for someone. It's just like flat out ignoring stuff, like pretending shit doesn't exist so that it doesn't uncover more and more and more. Does that make sense?
Well, like if you don't go pick up the cell phone, you don't have to go turn it over in Discovery. If you don't ask, you don't know. Like, it's like promoting the problem away. It's someone else's problem if I don't take ownership of this kind of thing.
Yeah. The kidnapping on the phone. I don't know. There's just there's like so many. I'm just like,
yeah.
If anybody's just okay with these things, like, are you really? Is it that people are just pretending like all of these things are not real? Is that what it is? Like, is that why they don't care about this stuff? Because they're like, oh, the defense is lying about all these things, so they're like, probably none of that is real. Or like, are you okay with like someone that talks to 12 and 13-year-olds walking around who also happened to say that they were in the presence of a 12 and 13-year-old that got murdered and somehow knew, and this is like my biggest thing, is like somehow knew that there were, I don't care if they were horns, I don't care if they were antlers, I don't care what they were, I care that they were sticks, and I care that they were on top of Libby or Abby's hair, and the fact that someone knew that there was anything on top of Abby's hair at all.
Before anybody else knew they were murdered.
I want to know what
said
time
that he came in that morning.
Yeah,
and they
I
didn't
want to
find
know
those girls
exactly.
until the afternoon. And his sister didn't even hear about it until 2 weeks later. So
Yeah.
how did he know about it? Because they do live far away. So like unless you knew the people, you would not, like, I wouldn't hear about something that happened in Dallas or Austin until some time had passed and it had gone more national. Because my local news reports are not going to pick up on that story from those areas. And so
Triangulating.
How many people watch the news though, really?
Also
So if you
that, but
repeat
like
that point about if you wouldn't mind, that point that you made about Elvis Fields and the sticks, because that's on Abby's head, because that's something that like people who are like, well, they're not
Doesn't matter.
horns,
they're
not
sticks. They're not going to be perfect recreations of
Like,
anything. They're
can you-
going
I
to be
don't care
crude
what they
examples.
looked like. Just
Yeah.
their pure existence. The fact that they existed on Abby's hair. On Abby's hair.
and that he
The fact
and that
that
he
they
knew
existed.
that and that he said that.
That he knew that and he said that.
It's
and there were two
impossible.
girls. So you can't say that someone's like, oh, it's the woods. So like obviously a branch would fall at some point. It's like, okay, well then how the fuck did he know it was on Abby's hair and not Abby and Libby's hair? Somehow he knew that Abby only and by name had sticks on her hair.
I can't get past it. I've never.
Me either.
I have no explanation for it. I
don't know where he was that day.
I don't know if they were involved at all. I think they should have been investigated. That thing should have been finished so that we could know. If not, but that is the one thing. The fact that he was saying it the morning up, like how would he know that? Especially, and even if it had been a couple days later, he's not from the area, so how would he have heard those specific rumors? Like that is too specific, and I don't care. Like you said, the horns, the antlers,
Antennas, antlers, horns, just
whatever
sticks.
they are,
Yeah.
something on her head. But when you're using sticks, like they're obviously not going to look like something else. They're only going to look like sticks at the end of the day because they're sticks. So like I don't know what they were supposed to represent, but they were on her head. And there's no explanation.
Put them there would know.
It's impossible. It's impossible for him.
Who would
to
guess
do
that?
Nobody
when he knew that. And so two people that I have tried really hard to exclude. Really hard. I cannot exclude Ron Logan, and I really want to know if I could read one thing in this case right now, it would be the Nicole Robertson, the FBI agent. I want to read her depo. It's interesting.
I mean, it reads like a hysterical Yelp review.
I want to know what she had to say about what they found in his house. It's interesting that they were already looking for Odinist Norse. I don't know if she said Odinist specifically,
Norse.
like Norse pagan books in his house early on. So like that's very interesting to me. And also, okay, so I can't exclude him. His phone was there until we hear otherwise, according to them. But then Elvis's confession.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's the way that it was presented, if it was lost in the memo because it was too long, or I don't think it would have mattered how they presented it and what it contained because it didn't come from the man they arrested.
Right.
And so they had to do something about it to make it go away. But that is about as specific of a confession that you can get if we're going to just believe what they've been spewing for 6 years about, well, we can't give out details because only the killer would know. Well, you got one. And
100%.
They've done
and
everything they can to
him.
Bury and dismiss and suppress it. So what do they think is going to happen though? Because those crime scene pictures, I don't believe they ever thought that a trial would happen. I still think that they're in denial about it. But those photos of the crime scene and the real photos, the high def, up close photos of the crime scene and of the girls and of the sticks are going to be shown to jurors.
Mm-hmm.
And that to me is entirely the reason that Elvis Fields can't be mentioned. Brad Holders can't be mentioned. The fact that he drew the exact
Yep.
rune on his hand. Like those are things that once the actual photos are shown and all of that is brought in, that there's no case against Rick, period. But with all of that on top of it, they're
I could,
fucked.
yeah, as a juror, I would literally be, wait a minute, wait, what?
I'd be
So
like, where the fuck are they? Like, why is this guy sitting
yeah,
here?
the rune on the hand, and the
It's
fact that it was a
identical.
bind rune.
Yes.
So like, again, so some random professor looking at it would be like, I don't know what this is. It could be a rune, because he made it himself. And if you read that Facebook post, he was talking about like gifts, like that Odin had been like, giving him these gifts or whatever, and he needed to balance it out. It was almost like a thing like, the gifts I've been getting are like bad. And so I want to try to get like more good gifts. So like I'm adding this other rune to this other one, and hopefully they'll balance themselves out. So you just happen to create a bind rune that also matched the one that was made in sticks on top of a tiny dead child? Huh?
Well, Purdy thought it was weird when they asked him about it on
Purdy
the
said
stand.
it
He
was
like,
weird.
yeah, and he was like, but you were still just there to get more, like, you didn't think that was significant to the investigation, just to your interest in Odinism, apparently. And Purdy, you could tell, like, when you go back and reread that, I think it was on the August 1st day, the questions that Baldwin is asking, you can tell that Purdy is lying. He is just straight up lying, because you cannot explain these specific things. And he's just trying to act. When they start pretending like they don't understand stuff, that's that's always my cue to I just don't believe them when they start pretending they don't notice stuff that's noticeable. They don't understand the significance of stuff that's significant. That bothers me bad, especially when they're doing it on the stand. I mean, it's bad always, but like the fact that they'll get on the stand even and do it makes me even more nervous about all of it.
I'm disgusted by the fact that all of this is being left out, simply for the fact that one thing that I think is really kind of ridiculous is that the state's burden in a case like this is beyond a reasonable doubt, right? So if you get a hung jury, let's say, why should you be allowed to go do it again when you clearly have not met your burden? It's like, okay, so if they find me not guilty, then you have to leave me alone. But if they can't all agree that I'm guilty, which technically means I'm still not guilty, you get to keep trying until you happen to pick 12 people that will say that I'm guilty. That's absurd. You didn't make your case. You shouldn't get to keep trying over and over and over and over and over again. That it kind of lowers
Agreed.
the burden a little bit.
Yeah.
But what bothers me is not letting this stuff in. And I think that there is a consciousness that if it were all allowed in, there is no fucking way that there's not one person that would be sitting there and going, oh my God, like, where are these men? How am I expected to think that this man who has nothing to do with this stuff or knows any of these people at all has something to do with this, but all these other people, where are all these other people? There'd have to be at least one. And I don't think they want to go to trial, but I also think that McClelland and Gull both do not want to have to do this again. So the idea of like a hung jury, like I'm not okay with a hung jury for various reasons, but one being like, I don't want to have to do this again. But
yeah, but their efforts to do that are going to backfire.
Because now excluding it is probably going to,
she's not letting him defend himself. Like a defendant they can put on no defense if they want, because it is entirely up to them what their strategy is. And she is only allowing stuff in that helps the state prove their case. And she's refusing to allow anything that lets the defendant even attempt to defend himself. He is like, they are putting a burden on him where he's having to prove what did or didn't happen, even though there's like this, even if he were to bring in his phone records, we've got the prosecutor saying it's not accurate. So like, literally anything, even his own stuff. Like, he shouldn't have to present those because it's on the prosecutor to provide stuff to say he was there. It's not on him to preemptively offer things to prove his innocence, but that's the position they're putting him in because they're kind of playing chicken. Like, if we put enough stuff on him, he'll want to come out and defend himself, and then we can attack it. Like, that's kind of what Nick's doing because he's like defense attorney mode. But at the same time, like, there's nothing that he could, like, everything he would have at his, like, because he doesn't have the ISP behind him. He can't call Doug Carter or the FBI Indianapolis office to have them do these phone extractions with all this fancy software and all these programs. He can't do that unless his defense attorneys front the money to get someone to do it. But even still, the prosecutor's just going to turn around and say, well, it's not credible. We have the same stuff. So, like, there's nothing he can offer this judge that she won't say is not, like, if it helps him, it's inadmissible. If it helps the state, it is admissible. And it's crazy.
What about like redoing Libby? So something that seemed weird. Like, I get that. So I get in like a case that's open, maybe you going back and using updated software to look at like the victim's devices. Like, I could see that in an open case. What's odd to me is like we were already supposed to be a trial. We have another trial coming up, and they're still running Libby's phone. Like, and every time they run it, they happen to find something that like corrects whatever shit the defense has put out. Like, it's like, okay, well, this 4:33 a.m. thing, blah, blah, blah. And then they're like, oh, well, we just like did like a new thing with like the new software. And it says that that's not really true. She actually got calls like, through here and at this time. So it was on the entire time. We just didn't know. Nobody turned it on at 4:33. And it's like, why are you
that still doesn't explain
phone?
Why they all came in at once then? Because then did they document any phone damage to it? Was there water? Like, they're not explaining, like, they're in their mind, because they're not thinking it through. They are bluffing their way through this whole thing and then explaining things away that are inconvenient. And because the judge is letting them, she's not making them show their work, and she's not letting the defense challenge anything in any sort of meaningful way. But like, that still doesn't explain the problem with 15 SMS messages coming in at 4:30 a.m. Even if the phone was on the whole time, how come it geolocated back to the bridge at 2:13? And how are they able to use that for their timeline? But then at 5:45, when it doesn't geolocate back to where they are, apparently, they're not, like, how, if he is excluding the geolocation data, then what are they using for their timeline? Because that was part of, they're saying that's how they know that video was taken at 2:13 on the bridge, was the geolocation data. But it's also not accurate. Like, how are we still debating this even? And the trial should have already happened by now, and they're still not sure about it even. So how are they going to trial?
The geofence, I was thinking about this, the geofencing. Do you think, and it's almost like people don't understand the importance of the fact that she did exclude like the geofence stuff, which is weird because like I didn't read anything that gave her any reason to have approved of that being excluded from the trial, right? Because they barely talked about, at least in the transcripts that I have. But like, she excluded all that. So like, what happens if Rick Allen's information popped up on the geofence and like now it's excluded? And I say that because I can't think of a reason why Nick would want to exclude all geofence, to put himself in a position where like if he ever tries to use it again, he's like, it's not accurate at all. They could be in the next town over. It's like, okay, now anytime you mutter the words geofence, you're going to have a defense attorney saying, but you said during this trial or this pretrial hearing that it wasn't accurate. It could be the next town over. So I just wonder, like, if Richard Allen was on the geofence, let's say, leaving, like when he said that he did. Because as far as we know, he said that he was on his phone, right? Supposedly when he came back years later, or no, he actually said that in 2017.
Looking at a stock ticker, according to Doolin's narrative. That came from the narrative, though, but we don't know if that came from Mr. Allen or if it came from Doolin. We don't know which person said that.
Yeah, he said that he didn't notice anybody besides those 3 girls because while he was walking, he was looking at his phone, which is different than what I often hear, which is that he was standing on platform 1 on his phone looking at a stock ticker. That's not what it
He
says.
also said he saw other vehicles. He just didn't pay attention to them either. There were
Yeah.
other vehicles there when he was there. People forget that too. Like like
Why couldn't the
details
state
do
just
matter.
argue? Those 3 people, the 3 phones or whatever, the devices or whatever that were like at the crime scene the time it happened, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Why couldn't they just like disprove that?
Well, there was only 2 during the time frame that police said it happened, but there was one that they had on that same map with those 2 phones that was at 12:30. The other 2 were there. One was at 3:02 and the other was 3:27, within 60 to 100 yards on this map that apparently
I'll
came
tell you what,
from.
that's not very far. People think that that's far. Like 60 to 100 yards is literally nothing.
That's like
I
the
could
half-yard line to the field goal line.
That's how far I could throw a football over the mountains.
I could literally like shoot the pecker off of a mosquito. That's
Well,
how
I mean,
close that is.
You would either have to run from one end zone to the middle or to the end, but like neither one is that far. You can
Yeah.
see it real close. You can talk to someone as long as there was nobody else out there. Like if you talk loud
You're
enough,
seeing
you could
what's
hear
happening 60
someone.
yards away.
Yeah.
And they were in a fucking clearing. Like, people like when you look at that, why would a person bring 2 bodies to a clearing and then try to cover them with sticks?
Well, according to them though, also
Who the hell is that now?
this phone got where it was by 2:30 or 2:32 and it didn't move ever again. So what was he doing for the next hour and a half if he wasn't doing ritualistic shit? Like ritualistic means not necessary to bring death. So one of them was already on top of this phone and didn't move again by 2:32, and it didn't take an hour and a half to do the rest of the stuff that was done. So what else was he doing if it all like their timeline doesn't like we're trying to put pieces together that don't fit, and not we, but like, you know, like these are the pieces they're giving us and telling us somehow actually do fit when they don't.
Even the bullet.
Yeah.
All eyes. Listen,
Like, why
the
would he
bullet.
take it out over there? Why would he have
Yeah.
his gun out again when he's using a knife on that side? The
Correct.
knife was used on the other side. The gun was at the bridge. By the time they get to the other side, he already coerced them. They
Right.
were already, and apparently within 16 minutes, one of them was fully, according to the state's timeline, one of them, the phone was put where it was found, and the shoe was on top of it, and a person, and it wasn't touched again within not 16 minutes, I think 18 or 19, 16, like no more than 20 minutes. He got them from the bridge to over there. So he already, according to them, he already is only having to control one at this point, and he already had a knife out at that point. So why is he bringing his gun back out? Is he like, how do you wait? Like, is he using 2 weapons at the same time?
No, but if I'm going to believe that unspent bullet has anything to do with what happened here, I would be more inclined to believe that it was still actually also being used for coercion, but for somebody else that was there. So for instance, we're in the woods. We take these girls from the bridge. I kill one of them or both of them, and I want you to move them and put them somewhere and like help me collect sticks or whatever. And you're freaking out and you're like, I can't believe you just did that. I thought we were just going to, do A, B, and C. I didn't know we were going to do all this. And I'm bugging out, ready to run away. And then you scare me with a gun, like you're going to shoot me.
That would mean someone else was there.
Right. But they're saying that's not what happened. But I'm saying that if you're going to tell me that bullet has anything to do with this, then that's the only way I'm going to buy it is if, let's say, someone of a lesser mental capacity, that would probably fucking scare them if you were telling them to do something. And
he
they
didn't sound scared when he was talking to his sister. But I will say the other thing that's weird about his second confession.
Really.
Yeah. His second confession, though, came with he was worried. He was going away for a long time. And the only reason I had been trying until the whole issue of Holder's second interview came up, I couldn't figure out why he would just randomly, in the fall of 2017, start telling his other sister that he's going away for a long time. Like, what would make him think that? And then come to find out, Holder was interviewed in the fall of 2017, and they're asking him all about Odinism and all this stuff, and these tips are coming in about him. And so to me, that explains, like, that's a nexus. Like, how else would Elvis think
How
that?
did you go from being like, I have brothers now and I'm in a gang and like happy, like, you know, we did this thing and like now I belong, to all of a sudden I'm going to go away for a very long time? What prompted that change in you feeling about what happened? And you're absolutely right. It could be that people were getting called in. It could even be that people were getting called in for interviews and then turning around and being like checking in with others. You know what I mean?
Yep. That's, I mean,
especially if it was mentioned
why else
that
would he do it?
Yeah. Especially if someone mentioned to those people or that person that Elvis Fields' sister was going around telling police that he said all these things. I would imagine one of the people or a person or those people would then reach out to maybe Elvis Fields and his sister and be like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah. Well, Joyce is the sister that he confessed to the second time. He moved in with her after her boyfriend passed away. And so, like, I don't really know. I mean, they're close enough to where he moved in with her, but before that, he was apparently living with Ned and Rod. But this is according to what Click was saying, and that's according to the filings, but she supposedly, like, dismissed it at least twice when she was asked before, and it wasn't until the third time. But the thing that's weird about that is Mary Jacobs kind of did the same thing because she hadn't heard about the murders yet. And so his other sister wasn't, like, because they don't live close by and people who are not following the case closely, they didn't know, like, his sister's kind of
like
downplayed
120
it.
miles away. That's far as shit.
Yeah, and so, like, they didn't have any context for the crazy shit he was saying to them until police started showing up. And it took, like, Mary Jacobs was, like, once the other sister told Mary, he said this, like, she's, you know, not long after that, she's tracking down her old friend. Like, okay, like, you could tell, like, it had started eating at her. Like, she was like, well, fuck, I think he's involved. Like, if he's telling you, it's not just me, because for a while she probably thought she was crazy. And then Elvis is telling the other one now. And so that's when they bring Misty Moore in, and that's when they bring in Ferenczi and Murphy. But at this point, Holman is in that first interview, and of course he's not going to walk away from this. Oh yeah, that person we interviewed and dismissed as a crazy person a year earlier. He's not going to interview this person and then say, "Oh yeah, here's our guy," after he had been telling everybody for the last year these people had nothing to do with it.
You know, too, what's funny? Not funny. Kind of funny.
The wrong kind of funny.
Yeah. But a lot of this is, like, just unbelievable. Like, I can't even believe we're having most of these conversations because it just sounds so fucking bizarre. But how are people, I guess it's more like I'm just trying to understand other people at this point. With all of this that's going on with these people and their behaviors and things like that, what kind of message does it send when you can literally say anything and be fine? In terms of, like, the whole thing was, and I think you said this earlier, the whole thing was, don't tell details of the crime because we have a very particular reason for why. We want to know when someone starts confessing that what they're saying is true, so that we know that they were there. And it makes perfect sense. Obviously, it makes perfect sense. But where you lose me is when somebody starts, or several somebody start giving such very specific detail about. So, like, one of the things is with the spit, right? They're like, well, the reason that they cleared him, this is literally something that I've heard. the reason that they cleared him is because he said that he spit on them. Or what if he spit on them? Would he still be in trouble? And they must not have found any spit on the girls. What? So, first of all, we do know they found spit, don't we? Didn't they say they found spit? They found urine.
Spitting, pissing, stomping. Yeah.
So how are we saying that those DNAs are from the search, right? But we're also saying that no one found them there while they were laying there dead, but they were peeing all over the place right near them. Like, they're in an open field, right? They're in the woods. So they're not swabbing everything to check for DNA. They're swabbing pertinent places very close to the bodies or on the sticks on the bodies or whatever, things where they think that an actual perpetrator would have been, where their DNA would be. So the DNA that's there, that we know is there, and we know is unidentified, because even August of last year, when Rick Allen was dying in prison, they were still taking DNA samples from these other people. So even Patrick Westphal said it himself. Why do you want my DNA if you have somebody arrested? That means that you don't have his DNA at the crime scene. So somebody else's DNA is at the crime scene. It would not have been from a leaf 50 yards away, right? So how is nobody very concerned over the fact that, and it's not like a bad sample, a partial sample, degraded so they couldn't match it to Rick Allen. It has to be enough for them to be collecting people's samples to compare them to what they found. So it can't be like a degraded sample or a partial sample. It has to be enough to where they're taking DNA from other people in order to compare them.
Well, I would hope it would be enough to spend $20,000 on.
Me too. So whose DNA is that? How would you be okay with not knowing whose DNA that is? And when you have that in conjunction with somebody saying things like, so he's 120 miles away, right? Somehow knows those sticks exist on top of Abby's hair, right? Also called her by her name, he called her Abigail, and said that she was a pain in the ass, and that he was on the bridge with the two girls
And two other
when
people
they
were
were
with
killed.
him.
I'm sorry, but if you found, so if it was the morning and you found out that that happened at 10 o'clock and the girls weren't found until 12:30, you don't know that bridge guy even exists, let alone the fact that he was supposedly wearing a blue jacket. You don't know that they're dead yet. You don't know that like the last place that they were, let's say, alive was on the bridge. Like, it's just way too many
Well, why did
only the killer
Holman
should
walk
know.
away from that interview? Holman and Murphy both did that first interview with Elvis. Murphy walked away and continued investigating for almost 3 years. Let's see, 18 to 19. Yeah, almost like just over 3 years. But Holman walked away from that interview telling everybody there was nothing there and that he was
I would love
cleared.
to interview Holman.
Ugh, he would not tell the truth about any of it. He would just say whatever he
You
thinks
know
he needs
how
to
I
say to
know
get out
he's
of it.
full of shit? Do you know how I know he's full of shit? And do you know
Everything
how
he
I
says
know
and
that?
does.
And do you know how I know that he knew something about the leaks or whatever that was supposedly from the defense from October or whatever? I emailed him. So I have an email. I have many different emails. Some of them I track. So some of them I know when you open them, if you forward them, who you forward them to, how many times you've forwarded it, how many times it's been opened. So I had sent an email to him about the leaks, asking if he was still looking for particular information. Like it was to where any normal person would have been like, why? What do you know? Tell me what you know. If you were actually investigating it, to the point where you are confronting people at their jobs, and telling them that you're going to hold them in contempt. Like, you would think that someone essentially handing you information about this, that you would want to know more about this information, because it's so serious a matter that you're threatening people to put them in jail. And you said that you were going to arrest people and like put them in jail until the pictures all were given back, right? It was very serious. So why would my email have been read and then ignored? No response.
Because they weren't trying to solve it. They were trying to close it. That's what they're doing with everything.
But how do you close it? Like, how do you close it if you still don't know what happened?
Because that's what they've been doing. That's how, that is their, they don't solve stuff. They close it.
If I had to guess, I would say that when the photos got out, that it was known by some that it was going to be the defense's fault. And that's where they came from. So extra information wasn't needed. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
We don't need to know who had them. We don't need to know who sent them to who, because we already like know what happened.
Holman said they wanted to find the source and who was responsible. And that was
Well, then
it.
he would have responded to my fucking email then.
Well, yeah, but he that's not what he was actually doing. That's just what he said on the, at least on the
What if
stand.
Holman was the source? That would be a really shitty thing to do, wouldn't it?
Well,
the timing of that
I'll save
leak
my
was
theory.
impeccable. But whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I have so many thoughts on that one.
Exactly. I have Apophis. How did he know they were going to be found in the woods? They could have been found a week later in a different state or in the trunk of a car someplace.
I mean, it didn't look like the actual woods. It looked like a trail on a bridge from all the, like, when you look at the media stuff, like, people are standing by a trailhead and parking sign for a trail.
And a cemetery.
Like, and it's, I mean, I guess the search day they were showing, like, the drone footage, but that obviously didn't look like the woods. It looked like a neighborhood because you could see all the houses in town and the road. So the fact that he said the woods.
How did the helicopters that were out there looking for the girl. So like there's constant footage of like, you know, it's not just one helicopter, because in the one helicopter, you can see another helicopter below that helicopter. So there were multiple like circling around. How did none of those catch the girls? Clothes, blood. Red would have stuck out in all of the brown.
Well, I
a
think it was
person or people.
WTHR. There were a few TV, like local news people there that were there either real late the night before or real early before the sun had come up, and they were doing like updates, like small segments. But there was footage from that came from the 14th that they replayed a few days afterwards when they were talking about the search, and like, you know, because they didn't have anything to update with yet because they still were waiting for the autopsies to confirm the identities. So they were replaying footage they took the night and the morning of before the sun came out. There's one area where it shows people walking before the girls are found, like by the sandbar. Like, I mean, how can you get that close and not find anything if you're at the sandbar?
Or the shoes. I'm going to say two more things and then I'm going to go because they've been here for 4.5 hours and I could just keep talking and talking.
Me too. Same.
But like the shoes bother me because I've heard this story over and over and over and over again, that part of what prompted them being found was finding Libby's shoe on the road below the bridge. They saw the shoe, then they like looked up and saw deer or whatever the case is. And then they happened to see the girls. They zoomed in, they saw the girls, and then they found them. But Libby's shoe was under Abby. And then the other one, we have this picture of it in the water, like in a nest. It looks like it's in like a little otter nest in the water. So where were the 3 shoes from? Because Kelsey literally said that she knew exactly that that shoe was Libby's shoe. So we have a third shoe. That doesn't make any sense. And then on top of that, I just want to say that it's my opinion. I don't necessarily disagree that they were killed there, but I don't think that they were there the entire time. I don't think that all those people were out looking all those hours and through the night and with flashlights everywhere and people in the water. Nobody found any of the clothes. Nobody found the girls. Nobody found nothing. There's urine and spit and shit that was all around where the crime scene was. I think that's probably because people were tromping through there while they were looking and just pissing in random places, but the girls were not there. I also think that it's probably likely that the reason, I think that we're going to trial in October, and I think that the reason that it would seem as though the defense doesn't quite care that all that shit just got excluded. They're not like going, I don't think an OA is going to happen. I think if it was, it would have already, because they're running out of time, and I don't really see them asking for a continuance because I definitely don't think she's going to give it to them. So even if they do ask, it's not going to happen. But I think maybe the reason that they're confident without all that other stuff is all the fuck ups by law enforcement for sure. But I think that they have something. I think that comment about the knowledge C thing, that then she was like, oh, never mind. I'll just save that for him to argue at trial. I think that it might be that they have some type of proof that the girls were elsewhere when the state says that they died. And I would not be saying that before trial. Ew.
I don't know. Well, what they were debating was,
oh my God,
at least at that point, it's just the last part of his testimony bothers me because at one point he says phone when they were talking about SMS messages, and she didn't get a chance to really clarify because she did end up saying, like, I guess we'll save it for trial. But there were a few things in there where I thought, okay, is she trying to save it, or is it because there's some stuff about the end of that one that bothers me.
I think you'll notice that it for whatever reason, it didn't hit me when I was like reading it or hearing it for the first couple times. But I think what she was hinting at one point was that the number of steps, like, so they recorded the steps, but he didn't record like the distance to see if that many steps would get them to where they were found.
Because he didn't know there was a little private drive even to like factor that in. That's another thing he didn't calculate.
And she was asking questions like, was there data that would have been from their house to the trails, like from the car? And he was like, no, that wouldn't record unless they like went over a big bump or whatever. And I really feel like what she was hinting at was that the steps might have stopped, but like he said, it could have stopped because they got into a car and it would stop recording. And that so put it this way, if there's say 30 steps recorded on Apple Health and I'm 5'7" and you're 5'2", our stride length is different. But if neither of us would make it a half a mile in 30 steps, then we didn't go far enough in the data to then be stopping and dying right here. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I think that I think they're going to come for the timeline. And I think it's going to be easier than people think, because they died between like 2:30 and 3:30 because basically the phone stopped moving. Doesn't really make any sense to me.
Well, it makes no sense that they were, even if they didn't get into a car, how did they get across the creek and where they were and no more movement? Like when there was, like Abby would have had to have been, like Libby's shoe would have had to have been off and on top of the phone, and Abby would have been on top of it within 18 or 19 minutes. That makes no sense either. Like, even if you give them all the other stuff, their timeline still does not, that's not possible. And then and then I go, when I think about that, and I'm like, okay, well, then the next logical thing is maybe the person Daniel Pearson saw at 3:15 was the person, because why else would have, like, if he was done that quick, why wasn't he leaving till 4? Like, these steps do not account for like the rest of the timeline either.
I think
like-
maybe nobody saw anybody because that person was already gone. You know what I mean? Like, and the girls were gone.
Well, I mean, that's more likely than like almost.
What if
everything
their
is more
ride was
likely.
down the hill? What if they were meeting like a friend and their ride was down the hill and they left and like were alive until they weren't?
It's frustrating because
You see this ghost? I just have
Ye-
to point it out. Do you see this ghost?
No.
Yes, I do.
So my kid did.
Oh yeah.
He did all the He did.
So you said, did you think it was ghosts as in the crime?
Oh, you can't even see them all. You can only see them.
It's cute.
Oh my god, are those real ghosts?
They're little
Yes.
window decals. We have some.
Hey,
Yes.
step your art game up, kiddo.
He likes like the jelly ones.
Kids love the window decals.
He does. He's got them like on his room, and then I let him do this one window. But
Yeah.
I happened to there it is again. Like the way that it's set up, it like peeks out. It's
Is that the criminal
adorable.
underworld?
What?
Is that the criminal underworld out there?
It is. I actually have really cool stuff out there. We decorated for Halloween. I have like a tree out there. It's like
That's
a black
funny.
tree. Yeah.
I haven't even pulled out our stuff yet. We have like a whole bin of stuff. We just haven't done it yet.
I've been pulling out like random little things. And then I asked somebody the other day, like, or I guess it was yesterday, I was like, when can we decorate for Halloween? And they were like, you're too late. We're already decorating for Christmas. And I was like, well, I'm just going to, oh my God. He's ready for Halloween every day. My stomach like lurches when I see him. I don't know if it's because I like imagine like I could like smell his hair. I don't know. I should talk to Gambies about that. She makes me feel better about the way that I look at it and like what it tells my brain. Like when you know, sometimes if you see something, you can smell what it probably smells like, even though you've never smelled it.
Yeah.
That's like I feel like my stomach hurts. Like I'm getting sweaty just like thinking about it.
Well, it's kind of like if someone tells you to imagine a lemon, your mouth waters. Like there's just reactions. Sometimes your brain can't tell the difference between something you're imagining and actually experiencing.
I believe that.
True. Well, I wish I could join the chat. I still have not figured that out, how to do that from mobile.
I'm looking at it. I'm not joined to it, but you should still be able to see it. What Angela did? What is that? What is that?
Trailer for my expose.
I want to say that I've been sharing the Beetlejuice picture like everywhere because it's the sweetest thing. I've ever seen.
Beetlejuice. I saw that and I was like, I need to send this to Sloopy right fucking.
I was like, what was she doing? She like walking down the street and was like, oh my God. It's just like when I moved here, like we built a house, right? And I don't like birds. Interestingly enough, I hate birds. I'm terrified of birds. And we moved in and I forget, like I happened to be like, look out my front window and I saw like a gaggle of geese walking past my front window. And I was like, this must be a sign. And now Angela was walking down. Oh, what did you do?
I don't know. Everything. So many things.
She does
I wanna
all
s-
the things. If you ask,
I did a cuss. I did
That
a
was really like there was a lot of tea there.
so much tea. All of the tea. I did all the things. Anything you heard times 1,000. That's probably what I did.
And then
And then
even
I'm-
like some other things.
Yeah, and then other things
Whatever you say.
yet to be revealed. I guess. I live a very boring life, despite the fact that there's no shortage of fucking bullshit. And now you get some of, actually everybody on the panel now gets to experience some of that. A little taste of hell that is being a fucking Delphi
adjacent person existing on the internet, I guess.
Those
It is
bozos.
really actually bizarre.
It's fucking weird. It's weird as fuck.
I don't know anybody like
gonna
any of
change
those
this.
people in real life.
No,
So it's
course
hard
not.
for me to like even put them into any kind of context.
No, but nobody does all that. Like Sleuthie and I have as much of an idea as you do of who the fuck any of these people are. No idea. None. Never interacted with them. Never met them. They're just creepy
I mean,
weirdos.
I've
I
had
can't-
people like tag me where they're like cussing me out and telling me what a terrible person I am, and I've never ever heard
I
their name
know.
in my lifetime.
And but then so they'll do that. They'll tag me in something. They'll be like, "You're a fucking fraud," or like, "Hey, enjoy your fucking lonely life, you bitch." And then they'll like block me, so I can't
then-
even like respond. I'm like, "You fucking troll."
I don't
Like,
even answer. I'm like, if you're gonna
Yeah.
like, if you're gonna make a post on like YouTube or what, like I do well to even respond to my DM. Like I could be in the
Right.
middle of a
Same.
conversation in a DM and then like go
Life
pee,
happens.
and then I
Yeah.
totally forget that I was even talking to you.
Same. I do.
Yeah.
I'm so behind on all of them. I'll start responding, and then by the time I come back around to it after I get interrupted, I have so many people where I've like half written DMs to that it's hard to ever. I don't know if that I'll ever catch
If I
up, but
don't
I will.
stay in
I'm
the
gonna
conversation.
try.
I try to do better. The group DMs and stuff, I'm sorry, but I there's no way, like you'd have to literally sit there and just stare all day long. I try to, and I'll do it like in bursts. Like I'll respond to everybody at the same time and I'll
Yeah.
hang around in my DMs for like 30 minutes and then I'll just disappear.
Yeah.
Until next month when I check them again.
Well, sometimes I don't find them like until like every now and then I'll finally have like a window of time where I can actually get to them, and then I'll find one that I could have swore I finished responding to, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this has been sitting here the whole time,
I think I just
and
did
then I
that to
just
you
feel
recently.
bad. I do that all the time, and when people tell me sorry it took so long, I'm like, don't even, like, I get it. Trust me. I'm the worst. I
Jen
need one of
hung
those
around-
apps.
Jen hung around this whole time and then still decided to become a member.
Nice. That's hilarious. Hey, I don't know if this is a good segue before my phone's gonna die soon, but even though we got way off topic, I did want to bring it back around and recommend on the sort of along the same lines of alibis and like basically police deciding what's what despite what's what. I know I forget the name of, I think it's Trial 4.
Oh,
but
yes.
there
that's
was like another, like that is, I think about that case a lot when we're talking about a lot of stuff when it comes to the witnesses and what the police did or why they didn't do it or why they saw some things as sus but not other things. But that is on, I think it's only like 4 episodes long. It's Trial 4 on Netflix.
Yeah.
And the lady who ended up being his court appointed attorney, I saw her make a couple of appearances with the Karen Reed stuff where they were coming to her because she knows all about police corruption, especially with certain police departments in that area. But that is a good one because he was the person they put away for killing a police officer. The reason they put him away was because he was there. He placed himself there, but he didn't know, like, he was going to buy diapers for his kid or his sister's kid at, like, I think the pharmacy was the only thing open at that time. And after he left, a crime happened. Like, the timing was definitely very unfortunate, but like he had nothing to do with it. And the whole reason they were able to do, like, to go after him is because in an interview with the person he was with, he nodded his head and he nodded it one way, but the police officer who was doing the interview took his nod to indicate something different. And that was like the whole case took a turn on the nod of a witness statement that was not even documented accurately, but because the only people who were disputing it were defense attorneys, nobody believed it for a very long, like if a defense attorney says it, people just dismiss it because there's this dumb idea that defense attorneys can and just constantly lie to get guilty people off, as opposed to like they also have to do their
to
own
a judge,
investigation.
like in court.
Exactly, that's not a real thing. Like, but anyway, that is a good one because he also had an alibi. and they dismissed it because a nod he made a nod in front of a cop who was allowed to believe it meant whatever the cop believed it meant, regardless of what it actually meant. And this is a very common thing that happens, where police will, if they don't like the answer you're giving, they will start massaging the, like they're questioning because they don't want to lead you, but they do need to lead you when they're asking questions to go in a direction that they're already heading in, that kind of thing. And there are a lot of cases. There's too many to ever really even just, like, there could be like a 1 week live stream to get to all of the cases that are great examples of the problem with alibis and all of that. But Trial 4 is a 4-episode one. That's, I think, for anybody who is into that kind of thing, it is a good watch, because
It
he
is a
ended up
good
having like
one.
4 different trials because of this dumb shit.
And it's like another example of what I was saying about how, like, I don't think it's appropriate for them to repeatedly fail to meet their burden and then continue to prosecute you. But like, so they did it 4 times and didn't succeed 4 times, and decided to stop trying to prosecute him, but tried to maintain that they still believe that he's the one that did it.
It's
like,
very annoying.
what?
To this day, they are acting like he got off on a technicality when that's not at all the case. They still say, and it turns out it was more likely that another cop, he was a dirty cop and there were other dirty cops. Like, there is more evidence pointing in that direction, but because they wouldn't investigate it, there's nothing concrete one way or another. But they still, because they don't want to investigate that angle for obvious reasons, they just are saving face by continuing to slander this man who was there buying diapers, and a crime happened after he left. But because it was so close to when the crime happened, they're saying, well, he placed himself there. Okay, but he was buying diapers and he went home. Like, just as he placed himself there, he was trying to answer honestly and help them. Like, he's like, I didn't see anybody. Like, in his mind, he's trying to tell them, okay, well, there was nobody else there between this specific time and that specific time. And instead of them using that to actually zero in on a timeline, they just were like, nope, we'll just take this guy instead.
We'll take this guy instead.
And with Mr. Allen, like, nope, we've got him. We're keeping him. That's where they're at, because they don't want to do this again until they fail at trial. And then all of a sudden they get the second wind and a third wind. Like, prosecutors will do this all day, apparently. But I don't, that's.
But like, why? But like,
I don't know.
Like, if okay, so let's just say you're lazy. But like, if the evidence is being gathered by other people, like, but then what is the reason for not doing it? Like,
tunnel vision and saving face. Like, they would, like, I started realizing they would rather save face than anything else when they started saying, like, actually, no, we're just idiots who deleted our video. If they're admitting that they're stupid, then they're dirty. Like, that's, and lazy and fucking up. Like, they're not going to come out and admit as much.
But if you admit you're stupid, then you're just stupid.
Yes, but they can still win with that, because if they made a mistake, like when the state does misconduct, they can just pretend it was a mistake and a judge isn't going to do anything about it. Because
how is Curtis South even allowed to be illegal anything?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Who's letting him be legal at all?
Nobody wants to deal with it.
That is bizarre.
You would think, I mean, that's the thing. Like, they have a hard time. If it's someone on their team, they don't want to deal with it, because then it comes back on the institution, and that's a whole other thing. And they don't like to do that, because they're like, well, then people are going to lose faith in the system, as if this does not do more damage to the system than them trying to, like, fix it.
Why do people do that to Perlmutter? Why are they saying, like, stupid shit about Perlmutter?
Because
like,
they
do we understand that
stupid
she's
shit about
people?
Perlmutter.
So she's training law enforcement. So if she's so, like, incompetent about what she's talking about, then maybe you should be concerned about why she is training law enforcement officers in exactly what she testified to.
They're not making any sort of logical argument. They're just trying to be like, see, defense brought her in for nothing. Like, they're not making any sort of, like, they're not going to then use the statement they're making now and apply it to a future circumstance. They're just trying to dunk on defense because they think the fact that Nick was able to get away with a line of questioning and limit her answers.
You know who would have been a great rebuttal witness to her?
Who?
His Odinism expert that he hired, the man that like knows all about Odinism and tries to tell like other law enforcement officers how to spot Odinism, like maybe him instead of a blood spatter expert. That makes no sense.
Yeah. Well, they brought that guy in he even said it on the stand. He was only there to show that there was another explanation. And that's why he didn't record it or document it, because he was just there for reasonable doubt for the state's benefit. Like, the fact that he just said it so plainly at the end, I just was like, wow. I mean, he just put it out there. And I feel like that was lost on a lot of people, but that was incredible to me. That was not a serious anything. It was just there to dispute defense, because the state is they are also triaging. They are bluffing their way through it, and then they're getting another expert to come in and say, well, no, we found new evidence that's, like that's not actually the case. Or they just put Purdy back on the stand to walk back everything he said in a deposition, because then it's his word against the defense word. And because people already believe ridiculous things about defense because of the contempt hearing and all of the lies and dumb shit that they pulled with that stuff. Like anything, these people are just trying, like, to them it's a team sport. It's us versus them. They're not actually trying to get to the bottom of anything. I feel like everybody I've heard talk about Perlmutter is ultimately they're just mad at defense. Actually, they're not trying to make a principled statement about it. Those hearings, I don't even know what was accomplished with a lot of that. That's a different stream though, for sure.
Quit repeating the weird talking points and weird shit that you're hearing from other places about various things, but especially Perlmutter.
Yeah.
I mean,
I would listen to her opinion before just about anybody else's on this kind of stuff. I would
think about this. They're like,
think about
she's
other
unqualified.
stuff. Like, I would listen to her.
Yeah. They're like, she's unqualified because she never like actually took a class on Odinism specifically. Yeah. And to prove that, Nick brought in some random ass person who is a blood spatter expert to what? Like how did that have anything to do with the third party people or anything that he put in his motion? And
because he was just trying to disprove that it was a ritualistic act and it was probably just someone's bloody hand. That was the whole point of it.
But he didn't bring someone in that said, that's not what it was. This is what it was. He brought in someone that said, it could have also been this.
Yes, but gold doesn't make him show his work or actually follow through on stuff. Like, that's the low bar that that's just all he needed to do.
That man went ahead and drained his own blood so he could use it in his experiment, but he didn't record nothing?
Apparently not. But, like, the fact that that's the bar that he has to meet for gold to be like, okay, that's enough. Like, that's enough for me to decide that there's nothing to this other stuff. Your half-assed experiment is enough to make something else entirely inadmissible somehow. But that's what I mean. Like, that is the only reason they brought him in, because for some reason that is all it takes for this judge, because she's already predetermined she already knows she's not going to let anything in that lets him defend himself, and she's going to allow the state to do whatever they need to do to close their case.
Some of you are just goofy, just unserious goofballs.
I have read that transcript I don't know how many times. Linked it to other sites, like stuff she's mentioning. I've linked it to actual Google Scholar sources, that kind of stuff. Like, I have read.
It's pretty unreasonable to 3 people on panel to like even try to suggest that we've not read literally everything there's to read.
Yeah, I mean,
are you new here? Like,
making it available to people. Like, you can search any, like you were talking about how somebody was saying they searched their Google Drive earlier. I have created doc versions of all of the court documents to make them actually more searchable, so
this
that you
woman
can type anything
hand
into
typed
Not only
No,
did she
I
read the
didn't.
transcript, sure you did. She retyped every single word. So you don't know what you're talking about.
Like, let's be
Well-
real. If you've read it, then you've probably got it from somebody up here on this panel.
Yeah. And I'm doing that so that more people
Period.
can have that to read it and find it easily and not have to like dig through stuff. Like you can literally just search by date or you can type in the name of it and it'll pull it right up for anybody who wants to look at any of the, like I'm even like
That's too
tracking
much
down
work.
the appearance forms. Like
That's too much
because some
work for
people they think if they come in, we'll just read the transcript and page number. I have, but I've also read all of the page numbers before and after it. So these little things when people try to take stuff out of context, I'm onto them already. Because I'm like, I know what you're trying to do. That's what the prosecutor was trying to do. That's what he was also trying to do. But unfortunately, I read the stuff before and after it. So you're going to need more than one page number and a paragraph number before we can actually start having a discussion about
A
it.
lot of these folks don't even know what the page number, like, they don't even know, like,
I saw someone
just-
earlier say a page number, but I knew what page number they were saying because I've read it so many times. I knew exactly what quote they were trying to talk about because I've read it that many times that I can tell you what's on it a lot of times if you just give me a page number. That's how ridiculous I've gotten with this stuff.
a lot of people are just listening to other people read like bits and pieces of certain things.
Yeah.
And never even making the documents available,
Yeah.
for you to read like in their entirety, but whatever. Angela, you're probably ready to go. What time is it? Oh my
Yeah,
God, it's midnight.
Yeah.
I'm sleepy.
It's not that late for me, so y'all are probably way more tired than me. Sorry about that.
This was amazing. You're both wonderful and amazing. And this was like all of my dreams come true. And I love you. And I'm doing an Irish goodbye. Are we ready?
Yeah, Irish
Ready.
goodbye.
Okay. Bye,
Bye.
friend.
Bye.